Member Tamaki,
Here.
Member Montgomery Stepp,
Here.
Member Bradford, and Member Gore.
Bradford's here. I don't know if he heard
Yes,
you.
No, I didn't. I did see him though, and I did count him in.
Okay.
I don't think he can hear me. I'm going to call once more.
Councilwoman Stepp, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't hear you guys.
Okay.
Well,
your computer-
I
Councilwoman,
see
if you
you.
can hear me, President Pro Tem Tony Atkins told me to tell you hi.
Thank you. I can hear you.
And she says if I misbehave, let her know.
And I'm
I
going
can't
to
hear
call
you guys.
Amos Brown is present.
Oh, I know what happened.
Vice Chair Brown. Thank you. Madam Chair, the task force consists of 9 members. 5 are needed for a quorum, and there are 8 members present. A quorum is established.
Thank you. Now that a quorum has been established, this meeting has been officially called back into order. I hope you all had a great break. We'll now turn to agenda item number 7, which is the witness panel number 3, recognizing current efforts at reparations. So I am excited to introduce the witnesses today. Our first expert witness is Professor Mary Frances Berry. Professor Berry has a distinguished career in public service. From 1980 to 2004, she was a member of the United States Commission on Civil Rights, and from 1993 and 2004, served as the chair. Between 1977 and 1980, Dr. Berry served as the Assistant Secretary for Education in the U.S. Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. She has also served as Provost of the University of Maryland and Chancellor of the University of Colorado at Boulder. In recognition of her scholarship and public service, Professor Berry has received 35 honorary doctoral degrees and many awards, including the NAACP's Roy Wilkins Award, the Rosa Parks Award of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and the Ebony Magazine Black Achievement Award. Professor Berry teaches the history of American law and the history of law and social policy at the University of Pennsylvania. Not sure whose mic is hot, but if it is, may you please mute it. Thank you very much. So our next expert panelist is Deidria Farmer-Pellman. Deidria Farmer-Pellman is a legal strategist, adjunct law professor, and human rights activist. In 2002, she filed a landmark class action lawsuit for slavery reparations against blue chip corporations. She is credited for popularizing the slavery reparations movement through her groundbreaking research exposing corporate complicity in slavery. In January of 2000, she exposed and secured an unprecedented public apology from Aetna Incorporated for writing insurance policies on the lives of enslaved Africans with slaveholders as the beneficiaries in the 1800s. Her research linking various blue chip corporations to the slave trade led to them making a $20 million payment to the African American community in 2005. Her litigation strategy in a case filed against slave trade corporations for consumer fraud resulted in the first reparations court victory in American history in 2006. Lastly, we'll hear from Chad Brown. Chad Brown is a native of Jackson, Mississippi, now residing in Los Angeles, California. He is a graduate of Tougaloo College and began his professional career with the Atlanta-based municipal bond underwriting firm Jackson Securities, founded by former 3-term mayor of Atlanta, Maynard H. Jackson. After 12 years in muni bond finance, Chad changed career paths and entered into digital marketing, advertising, and sales, where he continues to work today. Chad is a reparations advocate, sits on the advisory board of the National Association of Slavery Descendants Los Angeles, and is an active member of the San Fernando Valley chapter of the NAACP. So without further ado, I will turn to Professor Mary Frances Berry. And I'm so honored to have you here. We're honored to have you here, Professor Berry, and you may begin your expert testimony when you're ready. Thank you.
Am I muted before I start talking? Kamala, can you hear me? I mean, Madam Chair? Yeah, you can see me too. Okay. Well, I'm happy that you asked me, although it was very difficult to figure out a schedule where I could be on. And I won't take up more time than I'm supposed to, even if it seems that I'm wandering in what I say. I did submit written testimony, and I get to see my good friend, Dr. Amos Brown. And it was worth coming on here. I mean, I love reparations, but just to see Amos's face, I haven't seen you, and I don't know when, brother. We just talking on the phone, and that's it. But anyway, love you, and all the rest of you. And there's Deidre, who I have not seen in a coon's age. And so, in the name of all Black people, and the name of those who I love so much, especially those two, I'm glad to be here. I have a few very brief points to make, and to tell you what's in the written and what I have added, which concerns Cali House and the ex-slave pension movement. First of all, what I'm about to say comes basically from my own experience, from the Cali House book that I wrote, My Face is Black is True, and the research on her, and the book that I am is forthcoming from the University of Illinois Press that I did with V.P. Franklin and Sundiata Chachoy, which is on reparations and reparative justice. And the rest of it is just whatever comes into my head as I'm talking. But it's important. This is a great subject. I admire all of you for what California has done in sanctioning a task force to figure out whether there should be a study. We haven't gotten that far on HR 40 yet, although in some other communities we've done a bit more than that. First point I would make is that reparatory justice, reparations, have to fit within the internationally recognized principle of morally just acquisitions and transfers. And that must be applied to the conditions of Black folk, African Americans in the United States. And whatever is acquired or transferred must be morally just. And the morally just reparatory justice requires restitution. That's the first thing. Recognition, restitution for the loss of personhood, property, and lands. And it includes also looking at the damage that's done, which is what you will be doing, I assume, on the inquiry in California, as is done in other places, to people and places in pursuit mainly of financial profit. State and federal governments, individuals, groups, all can do a work of trying to repair the injustice that has been done. But governments have a responsibility where they have condoned, implemented, facilitated, benefited from the injustice that has been done too. It is altogether fitting and proper that the state of California should try to do something to remedy the harm that was done to African Americans there. And maybe it seems like it's taken us a long time to get HR 40 or something passed from the federal government. State and local communities and state governments have a responsibility too. I listed in my written testimony some suggestions of things that could be looked at where real harm was done, aside from the usual discussion that we've been making recently about closing the wealth gap, which is important, the asset gap, which is important, but looking at major pharmaceutical companies and how they have profited for the harm that they've done with opioids and other things, and researching that. If any study is done, it ought to be that ought to be one of the items that will be looked at. That is looking at big pharma, for example, and trying to figure out, how do we repair some of this harm that's done from people. There's a reparation superfund idea and student loan debt because of the harm that I described, the people getting student aid and having all those loans and going to institutions that do not educate them and do not provide the benefits that they promise that they're going to give to them, with a net loss of what little bit they had before they ever went to take these courses. They have been victimized, and students have been victimized by education departments, not only at the national government, but at the state level, where they have refused to exercise due diligence and do what they should do so that these students could not be taken advantage of. It is also the case that institutions, colleges and universities like Georgetown, which famously wouldn't exist if they hadn't sold those slaves in order to get the money to pay for the university to persist, but others that have tried to do something about student fees where they recognize the harm that they have done. Some public universities are trying to figure out how to get reparations funds to take care of the harm. That in fact, I would think that students in California, universities in California, the state ought to be doing something, and that should be one of the subjects that should be there. The other thing is that I often say when I speak at universities in California and colleges, that a lot of people do what free Negroes had to do during slavery, which is you paid taxes to support public universities, but your children couldn't go to them. You paid taxes to support public schools, but your children couldn't go to them because they were Black. And so here you were paying twice. You've got people, and I've spoken at some of these campuses in universities where their kids can't get into the University of California any place, or they can't go to any place where to do them any good. Or if they go to one, they can't get in the programs that they would like to major in because of the number of students that are there. And so they end up going to private, what I call moderately prestigious private universities, where they pay a whole lot in tuition and fees and everything else, but their parents are paying taxes to support the public universities and the public colleges in the state to which other people are able to go. Many of them also in California, and I've talked to lots of people where this is the case, send their children out of state to places. Just like in the old days of segregation, the states would pay in Alabama and Tennessee and so on for Black folk to go out of state to go to school somewhere where they didn't have something in the state to get rid of them because of race. Here we're talking about Blacks having to pay twice, pay taxes in California, and then send their children out of state to go to school so that they can get a decent education. I think that all of these issues, testing industry has done enormous harm to Black people. I detailed some of it in my paper. I served for a number of years, among all the other things I served at, the advisory board of the Educational Testing Service. And we concluded over and over again that standardized tests should not be used as the only way of figuring out who should be admitted to a particular program or an institution, because standardized tests give you some information, but they don't give you the information you need. It is horrible that you have things like happened in San Francisco and in New York City and other places. In Philadelphia, we have the same problem, where Black kids can't get into elite, even high schools, based on this standardized test score tyranny. And it's also the case that many folks can't get into colleges and universities and professional schools, law, medicine, so on. Since Bakke, it's even worse, because of standardized test scores. And I have written letters of recommendation for students, white students, Black students, Latinos, Asian Americans, who did poorly on standardized tests, but who were very smart and had been in my classes and all that, and gotten them into institutions of higher education where they would not have been admitted based on their test score. So I think that there ought to be some kind of investigation of all of that too. these are areas that I hope you look at among anything else, if this study gets off the ground, as I hope it will, about reparations. Now, Cali House. The important thing about Cali House and the ex-slave pension movement is not only the details about her being a Black woman who had been a slave, organizing a protest and a movement, which had, according to the federal government that hounded her until they put her in prison for organizing, had over 300,000 members who were paid dues. The dues were cheap, like 25 cents a year, but they paid them. And they were members, and they were people who had been slaves. And she managed to do this with only a grade school education and being a washerwoman and having been a slave, just like a mama was a slave and so on. But the important thing about it is that you can trace the history of the reparations movement in this country for Black people all the way back to the ex-slave pension movement and other organizations that less is known about. That were created during that long period after that, all the way up until the modern civil rights movement. And so people have been trying. And the important thing about Cali House and her movement is that she wanted to get the names of everybody who'd been a slave on a petition, the petitions that they sent to Congress. And she said that if we keep these, if we ever get any kind of thing from the government, you can look back there and see who the people were, whose names are there. And when they couldn't write, somebody else would write their name. And if you look at those records, and they're down in the National Archives, and anybody can go look at them, you have the names of people. You have people who and their descendants who are in California, who since I wrote the Cali House book, send me emails, and I get all kinds of things from people where they found records and badges in their family from this organization handed down, and they didn't know what they were until I wrote the book. But the point is that she said, if these people, if we ever get anything, maybe some of these people and their descendants can be involved in some kind of retribution for that. That was important. And the other thing was that they analyzed and proposed actual compensation. It is important to figure out compensation whenever you figure out what harm has been done. One of the things my dear brother Desmond Tutu, who passed recently, and I disagree on, and I love Desmond Tutu, we got along, was that you can't have reconciliation, in my opinion, unless you first have information about what happened. Then you have people who are sorry for what they did, and you figure out a way for them not to do it again. And you have compensation. If you don't have compensation, then you don't get satisfaction, which is why the people in South Africa to this day, the poor people, they're happy to have a country and get rid of apartheid, but they're not satisfied because there's been no compensation, and the poverty and all the other things that existed still exist. So Cali House believed that. She believed also, she believed in mutual assistance, but she knew that mutual assistance by itself would not do the job. So they had a sliding scale of what kind of resources should be given to people, depending how old they were at the time and all the rest of it. The other thing that I would say, and then I'm going to end this here and let anyone who wants to ask me a question ask me one or two, and then I can respond, is that people who argue against reparations today, and there are a lot of them, there are even some Black folk who come up to me and say, we don't need any reparations. That's asking people for something. We don't need to ask them for anything. They remind me of some of my relatives when we were small and we were poor and we hardly had anything to eat. And when they came along with government programs that gave food to people, they wouldn't accept it because they said, we don't want to ask anybody for anything. And I always told my mama, if y'all had taken that food, maybe I would have been 6 feet tall. And here I am, a little old itty bitty thing. And I don't like not being tall. And because I can't see over anything. And people push me out of the way. And I said, why didn't you take that food? Well, we don't need to ask anybody for anything. Well, okay. They didn't ask us when they took everything from us. But anyway, people who argue against it should remember that when Cali House led the pensions demand and went to prison for it in 1917, in 1900, she said, they only 21% of the living African American population, which was about 1.9 million people, had been born in slavery. And if we had given reparations then, which is what they asked for, you hear what I said? Only 21%, about 1.9 million people have been born in slavery. And now we're this far from slavery, and we've perpetuated the injustice all these years. And the question is, are we going to intergenerationally just keep on pushing it on down the road, pushing it on down the road? And that's all I have to say. And all of you know more than me because seeing who you are. But I hope that gives you some help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Berry, for your incredibly moving and informative expert testimony. So we'll now turn to Deidre Farmer-Pellman. Deidre Farmer-Pellman, you may begin your expert testimony when you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you all hear me? Okay, wonderful. Yes. Thank you so much. I am grateful for this opportunity to be here. Thank you, Chair Camila Moore and the members of the task force. My name is Deidre Farmer-Pellman. I am Executive Director of the Restitution Study Group. I'm thrilled to be here also, finally speaking with Mary Frances Berry, because quietly she has played a major role in our work. So that's all I'm going to say. Okay. But as far as the Restitution Study Group is concerned, we actually work with quite a number of different organizations. We are an institute that engages in research as well as litigation against companies that are complicit in slavery. At least we have found documentation verifying their complicity in slavery. Some of the other organizations that we work with and kinds of things that we do with them, one organization is the New Future Foundation, headed up by Dr. Delois Blakely, Queen Mother Dr. Delois Blakely. We are engaged in DNA testing for self-repair. We actually go to Africa, we test Africans, we do DNA tests, and we have created a database where we connect descendants of enslaved Africans with their actual African families. Now, we didn't know this was going to be possible. We gave it a shot in 2015, and it was effective. Fourth and fifth generation separation, but believe it or not, a lot of us are still in very similar occupations, and when I say occupations, specialties, specialties, that is, if you're gifted in history, singing, orating, your cousin may actually be engaged in very similar work somewhere in Africa. So this is one of the things we do, DNA testing. A part of that DNA effort is Antoinette Harrell Miller, who heads up a genealogy organization here in the United States. And we call her the peonage detective. There's documentation online about the peonage research she does, researching families. We're able to do a lot of research connecting families. So that really is, I never thought of that as an issue. We've been doing this research since 2004 when DNA testing became publicly available. In addition to that, we also, in addition to her, we also work with Sister Empress Chi, who is the founder of the Million Women March, the one that took place in 1997 out of Philadelphia. We work very closely on the issue of genocide. And in particular, most recently, we issued an open letter to the President of the United States, who is the person who carried the genocide bill through Congress, which is the law of the land. It's called the Proxmire Act, and we are asking for him to use that law because it addresses many of the issues that, for example, HR 40 would address, because quiet as it's kept, descendants of enslaved Africans are victims of genocide. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. And that is the injury that we all continue to suffer from, in part because we've been separated from our national and ethnic groups, and we are subjected to conditions in life that are really destroying our survival in whole or in part. And these are issues, these are areas that are covered by the genocide law, the Prosmire Act. Okay, so how did I get involved with all of this? I'm going to say that I was sort of spiritually drawn to the work around reparation. I was actually an activist in the gay and lesbian community, where I worked with musicians, women drummers in particular. And I was invited to help with an event at the African Burial Ground in New York City because I knew a lot of women drummers. What was happening was that a burial ground had been unearthed, a burial ground from the, I guess it was from the 1700s, and it was filled with the bones of what they realized were enslaved Africans. They knew this because some of the burials, some of the remains had teeth. Thank you, number one. Thank you, dry bones. Right. Some of the enslaved people had teeth carving. In other words, there were carvings on their teeth that were clearly traced to African tribes. Okay, so so this burial ground was just outside the Wall Street, and the enslaved people were actually considered the original stock at the stock market, which was an area that was just blocks away. They were bought and sold right on the waterfront in Lower Manhattan. I was invited because I was involved with media. I worked in the press office at the Department of Health, just one block away. And it was very convenient for me to walk over. But this image that you see on the screen now is a photograph taken by Chester Higgins Jr. down in the burial site. I actually saw this live. I was shocked. If you look at the face of this enslaved person, this skeleton, you see the mouth is open. Now, not all of them look this way, but this one in particular had the mouth open, and I thought I asked, did they die screaming? And I was told no. The bones opened up when the jaw muscle deteriorated. But I was absolutely horrified. I was haunted. I had to do something, and I made a decision that I was going to try to find out, more about what I could do to deal with this issue of reparations. Now, why reparations? When I was a kid, my grandfather used to always talk about the 40 acres and a mule that we were owed. And it stayed with me. And I knew that there was something here. And so I applied to law school. And I specifically declared that I wanted to be an architect to build a case for reparation. And needless to say, I didn't get accepted to too many law schools, but I certainly got accepted to the one that I needed to go to. And that was New England School of Law in Boston, Massachusetts, that happened to be right next door to Rhode Island, which turned out to be one of the most critical states engaged in the slave trade. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that. Now, so I went to law school, and I wanted to know, okay, what is the kind of case I would pursue for reparation? And I thought it was going to be the government, but after learning about, and I was there at a good time because there was a case out of California, Cato v. US, where there was a decision that the folks could not sue. There were people that filed pro se, that was on their own behalf without an attorney. The decision was that they could not move forward with their case because the federal government had not waived its sovereign immunity. So I had to think about what other possible ways one might go about pursuing reparation. And I began to look at private estates and corporations. And the reason why they seem more accessible is because I learned about other arguments that could be made other than, for example, a case against the government. I looked at something in the area of equity, the law of equity, or the law of restitution. And basically, what I learned is that, if you can make an argument that a party has been unjustly enriched, you might be able to persuade a court to decide in your favor. And so that was the theory that I was moving forward with, unjust enrichment. I did this paper and ultimately applied for an internship. Actually, I worked with NCOBRA. That was when law students are typically trying to get into law firms. I was looking for the place I could build this case. And NCOBRA, my mentor was on the panel earlier today, the person that supervised me for a whole summer, Ajwa Ayatoro. Spent the whole summer working with her. I studied the 13th Amendment, I think maybe even some 14th Amendment, but mostly 13th Amendment. But we didn't touch on this particular theory, but at least they knew my heart was there. I had to wait until I graduated from law school to begin developing a case. And one of the companies that I learned about, and thank you so much for switching the slide, was Aetna Life Insurance. As a student, I learned that they had written slave policy. So when I graduated, I called them up and I asked them, for copies of slave policies. And in particular, I asked about policies that might have been written on my own ancestors. And they said, well, we don't have any from the state we were from, South Carolina, but we'll send you what we have, and we'll send you some things on some other companies as well. And so what you have here in figure 2 is a copy of a slave policy written by Aetna in the the 50s, the 1850s, excuse me. But this was written on the life of a group of enslaved Africans, okay? The beneficiary of this policy was the slave owner, okay? So if you look, you can see the young ages. The 10-year-old, there's a 10-year-old, there's an 18-year-old, a 15-year-old, 19-year-old. It even lists their occupations: nurse, cook, and so on and so forth. Bottom line is that these policies were written at a time when the transatlantic slave trade had closed. A lot of enslaved people were expensive, and a lot of folks might not have purchased an enslaved African, but for the fact that companies like Aetna, they go ahead, make the purchase. If they die, we have you covered. Now, they didn't cover for the full value of the enslaved person's life. And if you can see in those columns here, you can see the value of the person might be $400, but they're covered for $300. And that was to discourage the slave owner from working the enslaved person to death. But nevertheless, it did happen. And in fact, it happened in the case of, for example, New York Life Insurance Company. They were called the Nautilus Company. When they were founded, their first 100 policies, 1/3 of them were written on the lives of enslaved Africans. And the first policy that was ever paid out was on the life of an enslaved African, someone who worked in coal mines. And this is one of the things that these policies help make happen. The employment of these expensive humans, these expensive chattel, in ultra hazardous capacities. So one of the things you have to think about, when you see that New York Life Insurance Company commercial, is that it's the company that made it possible for us to be enslaved in ultra hazardous capacities, and they made money off that. 1/3 of their first investment, this is where the money came from slave policies. When I pulled Aetna up, I didn't call up alone. I did reach out to reporters to let them know what was going on. And that was in part my own insurance, so to speak. I didn't want them to think, I was trying to do anything for myself. I made it very clear to them that I wanted them to create a trust fund that would benefit the descendants of enslaved Africans. I wasn't interested in anything for myself. This was for everyone. And they said they would do something, but when the story hit the media, they changed their mind. And at that point, it became clear that I might have to do more than just call them up and give them a chance to be proactive and do something great. One thing that worked out in my favor at that time was that Tom Hayden, a senator from California, learned about Aetna and decided that he was going to introduce a bill that initially was called the Aetna bill. Okay, and I think he made that decision very quick. Probably like the story broke in late February, Black History Month in 2000, and by March he had already introduced the bill. And by the end of September of 2000, the bill had passed. It became the first slavery ever disclosure law in the United States. And it required that any company, any insurance company doing business in California would have to report on their role in slavery. Now, this bill was not just designed for the state of California to be informed, but it was designed so that descendants of enslaved Africans could have access to documents that would help us to reconnect with our family. I mean, once again, I mentioned earlier the DNA testing that we are engaged in, and that's all part of reversing this thing called genocide. Okay, so these bills were designed to assist in that process so that we can find ourselves, so we can pull our families back together. So that's, I want to mention that because I'm going to talk a little bit more about those bills in a second. Okay, so I'm listing a few of the companies that ultimately we realized we just had to sue. Fleet Boston Financial Corporation, today is called Bank of America. They were in the litigation, and so were these other companies. But basically, the banks played a role in financing slave trading voyages, or they gave loans to slave owners and used enslaved people as collateral. These are some of the circumstances. The insurance companies, like I said, Aetna, New York Life, these are companies that played a role in financing the enslavement. Lloyd's of London, very unique. The Zong case, you're going to see a little something about that. Comes out of Lloyd's of London, companies that were engaged in the same kind of business Lloyd's of London is involved in. They finance this transatlantic slave trade, okay? And the way they worked was that if an enslaved person was sick during the voyage, the policy, the practice was to dump them in the ocean while they're still alive, because if they get to the shore and they die, these companies will not pay the insurance to the folks that own the slave trade voyage. Okay, so Lloyd's of London, that's pretty much what they stand for. There were other companies involved in that. AIG is another insurance company, similar stuff. These are companies we sued, by the way. CXX Corporation, these railroad companies, they used enslaved Africans to lay the tracks. Those same tracks that we ride on today around the country, enslaved Africans laid those tracks. They brought in folks from other countries at some point, but enslaved Africans laid those tracks throughout the South and other parts of the country. The tobacco companies, you know the story. That's a little bit more typical, what we know of, planting and packing tobacco. So these are the kinds of things that the kinds of companies we sue. Now, so let me see. We can move to the next slide. So the kinds of plaintiffs. A lot of people talk about slavery as if it's ancient history. What they don't realize, at least I didn't even realize this. Actually, I have to thank someone who I haven't spoken to in a long time, and I pray that she's still with us. Ina Daniels Hurdle McGee is her name. This is somebody who I just happened to see after an event, who just had a package of information that she wanted to share with me. She loved to meet centenarians and learn their stories, and she wanted to share with me information about people she had met, people who had been enslaved or who were the biological sons and daughters of slaves. And so, I paid attention to it, and I tend to pay attention to everybody that brings me anything. So you guys pay attention to what my email address is and reach out to me if you have any kind of story. But the first person here, Timothy Hurdle, is actually her uncle, and Timothy and his sister and brother were plaintiffs in the case, but they are the biological sons and daughters of someone who was enslaved. And so Timothy is holding the picture of his father. Emma Marie Clark was enslaved. She was a plaintiff in the case. And she, gosh, I can't remember her age when she passed away, but she was actually enslaved in the South. And she was discovered on a dairy farm that actually did accommodations, kind of like an Airbnb kind of thing. She was not able to accept the tip she told them because she's a slave. And the folks reported it to the FBI, and the FBI actually emancipated Emma Marie Clark, but she was a plaintiff in the case. And we had others. There were other families that were enslaved. One really large family, maybe 8 plaintiffs. And there was they were enslaved until the 1960s. They never knew that Black people were ever free. Okay. Other biological sons and daughters, and of course, and there were people like me. My story is basically my grandfather, who I went to when I was going to develop this case in law school, told me that his grandparents were enslaved on St. Helena's Island in South Carolina. We're Gullah people, and that they ran away at the beginning of the Civil War. They stole a boat and then they stole their freedom. They left. It took them 2 weeks to travel from St. Helena's Island, where I'm not sure if it was cotton or rice. I think it might have been rice that they dealt with, but I'm not sure. 2 weeks to get to Georgetown, where they were able to blend in with folks there. But that's the story that my grandfather told me, Clara and Abel Hines, and that's the story I worked with. And I mentioned earlier that when I reached out to Edna, I asked him about that. Interestingly, by the time we filed the lawsuit, the California Slavery Ever Disclosure report had become public, and it was May of 2002 that it became public. And there was just one record I learned that had not been included in the original report. That one document had to be transcribed, and sometime in July of 2002, we got the information. Turns out that the person was named Abe, from the same region that my grandfather was from, and I'm sorry, Abel. And so, as far as I'm concerned, that was my great grandfather, the person that my grandfather told me about. First of all, they told me they didn't even have policies in South Carolina, but here you have someone with my ancestor's name in the area of South Carolina. So I found that fascinating, but very important, because this is the point of these slavery era disclosure laws. Now I'm going to talk a little bit more about those laws, because they exist for a reason. Well, you know what? Before I talk about that, let me just mention one other thing about the litigation, our causes of action, and what happened in the case. We basically had 2 types of arguments. We had some historic arguments that essentially were about slavery was a crime against humanity. Those arguments basically were based on the initial enslavement of our ancestors, although we did talk about the harms that we continue to suffer from, that we call vestiges of slavery, and that some of the actions and the withholding of documentation about the role that the companies played in slavery constitute a continuation or fraudulent concealment. And the court did not necessarily go with those arguments for everyone, but they did recognize that there were some plaintiffs who had standing, who themselves suffered the injury and were close enough to, for example, being the biological sons and daughters of slaves, that they could carry their case forward. And so those cases were allowed to move forward. The next category, the next argument we have were consumer fraud arguments. And those were based on the fact that many of these companies, when confronted with information about their role in slavery, lied. They lied to the public. And, it's interesting because there was a law review article written by Tara Kola Ramchandani from Harvard University, where she talks about the judicial recognition of harms of slavery, consumer fraud as an alternative to reparations litigation. And basically, what she argues is that if we were able to complete our litigation, we would have been successful on the basis of the consumer fraud arguments. And that is because the court actually held that we can move forward without consumer fraud arguments. Okay. I'm getting an echo. Okay. Okay. Are we okay? Should I continue on?
Yes, please.
Okay. The consumer fraud arguments were good, and so that was a good law, and that is why we say that we had an unprecedented legal victory. Never in the history of our freedom have we had any kind of victory on the issue of reparations. And here, in the context of consumer fraud, the court said we could move forward. Unfortunately, we ran out of money and we could not pursue those claims, but nevertheless, the precedence is there. And so at this time, we find ourselves with companies who, believe it or not, continue to lie about their role in slavery. And they're doing that in the context of the slavery era disclosure law. Now, I mentioned those earlier. I talked about California having been the first. In California, you are the first in so much. Thank God for you. About 14 other slavery era disclosure laws have been passed around the country, all of them sort of following in the steps of Tom Hayden. They are in municipal governments or they are state governments, just a variety of them. But you happen to have a few really great ones in California, and one that I've been paying attention to is in San Francisco. And I've been tracking their reports, and I have discovered that one company really is very stubborn about telling the truth about their role in slavery. And at this point, I'm going to give you what I think the Restitution Study Group can help you with. You need to know who should pay. I don't think it should simply be up to the taxpayers of California. I do believe that these companies that are lying on these slavery era disclosure reports should be held accountable. And some of the laws, like the one in San Francisco, does create the opportunity. First of all, these companies can be punished based on their profit for their lies about their role in slavery. But I want to tell you one of the companies, and I'm going to sort of hint at one because we're still doing the research around the other one, but Bank of America, unfortunately, they do not want to share the history that they have in slavery. And what's unique about it is that they played a role in slavery. Their predecessor company, the bank was called the Providence Bank of Rhode Island. Bank of America issued their slavery era disclosure report. And let me see, I think it was in the 17th, 2017, June of 2017. Let me see, this may be a little earlier than that, but let me just say this, that the report is part of a report that was issued by the clerk for 2017. Bottom line is that they claim to have done research on the Providence Bank of Rhode Island and have found no documentation connecting them to slavery or the slave trade. But it is widely known that their bank, Providence Bank of Rhode Island, is a bank that served slave traders. And in fact, slave traders founded the bank. It was founded by John Brown, who was an advocate for the slave trade. He was like the major spokesperson for slavery in the state of Rhode Island. He founded the bank. He was engaged in slave trading at the time, and so were many of the other shareholders. And the bottom line is that it's very difficult to find the documentation, but we were blessed to have gathered up primary documents for at least 28 voyages. And just for these 28 voyages, the violation of state and federal law should have yielded the current value, $35 billion, okay? This is how much money they should have had to pay. Of course, this is the present value based on the number of slave trading voyages and the number of enslaved Africans. And so, just to give you an idea, that's just one example. Another example is a company, as I said, we're still working on the information, but they'll know who they are when they hear what I'm saying. This particular company is associated with Barclays. Now, we did research on Barclays, and we initially, Barclays Bank did not want to share the truth about their role in slavery. And the Restitution Study Group, engaged in a report, research to issue a report where we found that the bank actually was responsible for 125 slave trade voyages. And in the course of that, those voyages, something like 38,620 Africans were enslaved, okay? And of that number, 6,045 never made it from Africa to the Americas, okay? They were lost at sea. Now, one of the things I mentioned a little earlier was about the Zong. Thank you so much. About the Zong case, the slave ship murders. And what's happening here, once again, was that they were dumping them at sea. They didn't think they were going to make it to shore alive. And this is how they ended up. But we call this is straight up genocide right here. You know, and I don't know the exact total number of Africans that ended up in the ocean, but there's a substantial, millions of us ended up dead at sea. And we were dumped alive. And that's really important to know when you think about these companies that played a role in slavery. So once again, with this Barclays research, you know, there's a major company, probably one of the largest of its type in the world, that's associated with Barclays. And on their report, they did not mention anything about this 38,620 enslaved Africans associated with their business. So what I say to you all is that please do consider these companies. There are many more. As far as the Restitution Study Group is concerned, we are engaged in preparation for litigation against some of these companies because, of course, there are consumer fraud laws that are being violated. We all are relying on these reports to be able to trace our ancestors. We want to know, you know, where did these folks end up? And that brings me to one other issue that comes up a lot. It's very controversial, but I'm going to put it out there. Who should be compensated? Okay. Now, based on the research that we do, the Restitution Study Group, we know that with these companies, especially the ones that engage in the transatlantic slave trade, the people that they enslaved did not all end up in the United States, right? I'll give you an example. With the Barclays research, of that 38,600, just give you some percentages. We use the transatlantic slave trade database to gather this information, but we know that 48% of them ended up in Jamaica. Okay, about 8% of them ended up in the United States. Okay, so this is one example. As far as Bank of America is concerned, the numbers, the places that they were dropped off are different. But one of the things I do want to mention about Bank of America, just I want to put it in the record, they violated U.S. law and Rhode Island state law, and so they had to engage in dropping enslaved Africans off in foreign countries because Rhode Island did not allow them to engage in the slave trade at all. But the United States government only allowed them to engage in the enslavement of people if they were brought from Africa to the United States. Okay, they couldn't do that. So they had to drop them off in other countries. So most of Bank of America, any wealth associated with their slave trading activity would probably show that Africans were mostly dropped off in the Caribbean. But there are there's indications that many were brought into the South. Okay, so I just want to put that out there. With companies, you're going to have situations where money that they owe doesn't necessarily belong exclusively to descendants of enslaved Africans in America. And what I would recommend under those circumstances is definitely still pursue these companies, because this is just one example. These are just one example where you have them dropped in different places. Definitely pursue, but create separate funds that might work for two different groups of people. The alternative is only focus on what the descendants of enslaved Africans owe. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll have some time for questions from the panelists. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Chad Brown, and you may present your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the task force, DOJ staff, and happy Black History Month. It's a pleasure to see you all again. Thank you for this opportunity to present a report on the modern reparations movement from the point of view of the grassroots activists nationally who came together, engaged in the work, and who have been driving the reparations momentum for several years now. It is an incredible honor to be here today representing the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants, or NAASD. We are a network of grassroots organizations and affiliates that formed in 2019 for the explicit purpose of advocating for compensatory reparations for Black Americans who are descendants of persons enslaved in the United States. Next slide, please. Like others today, in honor of freedmen history, I will begin by showing appreciation to a few notable reparationists who laid the groundwork for our modern movement. In no particular order, these include Reverend Garrison Frazier, Henrietta Wood, Frederick Douglass, Callie DeGuy House, Reverend Isaiah Dickerson, Queen Mother Audley Moore, Father Divine, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King Jr., the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense, Dr. Claude Anderson, Randall Robinson, Johnny Lee Cochran Jr., Charles J. Ogletree, Congressman John Conyers, Dr. William Darity, and A. Kirsten Mullen. Without their selfless contributions and sacrifices, I doubt we would be here today. Next slide, please. On a personal note, I want to wish my grandmother, Bernice Allen Stimley, a happy, early, heavenly birthday today. She was born February 24th, 1909 in Meehan Junction, Mississippi, a town you won't find on any map. She was a remarkable woman and a community nurturer. At top right is pictured Stimley Allen Grocery Store that she and my grandfather, Charles, owned and operated for several years in their neighborhood of Georgetown in Jackson, Mississippi. She loved our people dearly and deeply, worked to better her community, and instilled the same ethic in her children and grandchildren. On the left, she is pictured in her 100th year of life, casting a vote in 2008 for Barack Obama. I saw the joy of someone who was the grandchild of enslaved people, had lived half her life under virulent Jim Crow terrorism, now able to vote for a Black president. Next slide, please. The modern day reparations movement can be framed into two distinct phases, each characterized by its unique goals, strategies, leadership, and effectiveness. Here I have bulleted a few distinguishing characteristics and milestones of each phase. As you heard earlier today, phase one of the modern movement, or as I will call it, the legacy phase, saw the founding of the National Coalition for Black Reparations in America, in COBRA, in 1987. It gained momentum following the 1988 Civil Liberties Act and triumphed with the introduction of Congressman John Conyers' H.R. 40 in 1989. This phase is largely characterized by Pan-African ideology and led by the activists of NCOBRA and its more recently founded partner organization, National African American Reparations Commission, or NARC. This phase gave rise to federal reparations legislation H.R. 40 and kept the reparations conversation alive. However, the legacy phase of the modern reparations movement unfortunately produced no significant national support for H.R. 40 in its 30 years of legislative life. Phase 2, or the contemporary reparations movement, began circa 2016 in the aftermath of the Obama administration and coalesced in online conversations around political education, data, and lineage, which remain core pillars of this phase. The contemporary movement was born out of the Black American grassroots and is led by Black American grassroots organizers and activists who are self-advocating for our shared goals of federal reparations and lineage-based public policy. It's in phase 2 that organizations such as NAASD and Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, or CJEC, were born. The grassroots advocacy of these and other contemporary reparationist groups is principally responsible for mainstreaming reparations and for moving congressional and public support of H.R. 40 to an all-time high. This contemporary phase of the modern reparations movement is where I am most familiar and is where I will focus today. Next slide, please. The contemporary reparations movement began largely in response to the failure of the Obama administration to produce any tangible results for most of Black America. For 8 years, other groups received policy and protections, while Black Americans received a consistent diet of symbolism, apathy, and cautious rhetoric. Adding insult to injury, the federal government's response to the extrajudicial murders of Eric Garner, Mike Brown, Tamir Rice, and Laquan McDonald was the Blue Alert Act, which granted more protections to police officers. Contemporary reparations view these years as a failure, one, of both the federal government to specifically address the Black American community's interests, and two, of the Black political apparatus to focus on reparative policy agendas and hold our elected officials accountable to them. Next slide, please. The contemporary reparations movement is also rooted in quantifiable data. A central tenet of contemporary reparationists is that if it can be measured, it can be improved. Grassroots reparations activists across the country are studying, tracking, processing, and advocating for wealth data that uncovers the specific, unique, and urgent economic plight of Black American communities. When reviewing the Obama years through data, we were able to see that the outcomes specifically for Black Americans were disastrous. Between 2008 and 2016, Black American wealth declined sharply as white wealth hit new heights facilitated by government bailouts and financial assistance, further exacerbating the lineage wealth gap. In online conversations, everyday Black Americans began to discuss what effective Black politics could and should look like. With burgeoning political education and a lens of data, Black America's decline as a result of government policy became very apparent. Data also revealed the unique nature of Black American divestment compared to other Black groups. With release of the multi-city Color of Wealth reports in 2016 by Duke University, the New School, and UCLA, contemporary reparationists gained access to disaggregated Black wealth data, and for the first time, the wide wealth disparities between Black Americans who descend from U.S. chattel slavery and more recent Black immigrants came into full view. In summary, we learned lineage was the key, and that Black American politics must be agenda-focused and lineage first. Next slide, please. Since formation, it has been NAASD's position that Black American descendants of U.S. chattel slavery are the appropriate beneficiary class, and that any reparations effort must center the descendant community based on lineage. This is also not a new concept. In his final book, Where Do We Go From Here, Chaos or Community, Dr. King writes, every man must ultimately confront the question, who am I? And seek to answer it honestly. Who are we? We are descendants of slaves. We are the offspring of noble men and women who were kidnapped from their native land and chained in ships like beasts. But we are also American. Abused and scorned though we may be, our destiny is tied up with the destiny of America. In spite of the psychological appeals of identification with Africa, the Negro must face the fact that America is now his home, a home that he helped build through blood, sweat, and tears. That was in 1968. This task force will make history this week when you vote on the question of who should be eligible for reparations in California. Contemporary reparationists believe Dr. Weber was clear, just as Dr. King was clear, in their intent to center lineage in Black American identity and repair. NAASD is confident the task force, after hearing all of the evidence, will make the correct decision. I will also note here that in addition to our recentering Black American identity around descendant lineage, contemporary reparationists have resurfaced and affirmed our long-lost political status as American freedmen conferred onto the formerly enslaved in 1865 through Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation and the 13th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. By lineage, we are descendants of slaves. By political status, we are American freedmen. Both are necessary to ultimately reach our goal of reparation. Next slide, please. Also in 1968, in his Two Nations of Black America address, Dr. King provided marching orders to contemporary reparationists. Please play the video.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And this is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington, in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
Next slide, please. Driven by political education, rooted in data, and with the urgency of pending economic extinction, contemporary reparations activists emerged from the grassroots all across America, committed to completing Dr. King's mission of economic justice. We came together offline, we organized, and we went to work. Next slide, please. As we spread the lineage reparations message in our communities, the contemporary movement grew from hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands and soon to be millions. Next slide, please. Grassroots Black Americans across the country took action and began to self-advocate our collective interests, centering reparations and lineage-specific policy. Next slide, please. We sought out our representatives, both locally and nationally, and demanded their support for reparations in exchange for our political and voting capital. Next slide, please. When the COVID-19 pandemic shut down the country in 2020, contemporary reparationists continued to advocate virtually, utilizing technology to communicate and to organize. The pandemic has been a test of the strength and resilience of the contemporary reparations movement, but the grassroots have proven sturdy. Next slide, please. When corporate interests attacked the Civil Rights Act of 1866, seeking to roll back our oldest and most fundamental constitutional protections, it was the grassroots reparations activists that rallied and protested on the steps of the Supreme Court in our collective defense. Next slide, please. Here you can plainly see the impact of the second contemporary phase of the modern reparations movement. Before the emergence of contemporary reparationists, H.R. 40 had not achieved more than 50 co-sponsors in any legislative session. It is the work of grassroots reparationists nationally that should be properly credited for the nearly 200 congressional co-sponsors now attached to the bill. The chart to the right shows the dramatic and correlating increase in internet searches for reparations, which took off circa 2019, again pointing to the powerful impact of the Black grassroots. Next slide, please. The grassroots reparations work has been effective, compelling on Juneteenth 2019, for the first time in a decade, a hearing on H.R. 40 by the House Judiciary Subcommittee on the Constitution, Civil Rights, and Civil Liberties. On that day, anyone paying attention could again see the Black grassroots impact throughout the halls of Capitol Hill. The Black American grassroots were clearly demanding to be heard on reparations. Next slide, please. On the subject of H.R. 40, it's important to clarify the position of NAASD and of Black American contemporary reparationists. H.R. 40 is a poorly constructed piece of legislation that has undergone significant revisions in recent years. These revisions threaten its integrity and chances for success. Among its myriad of flaws, stand out the fact that 1, H.R. 40 does not specifically identify eligible recipients for reparations. 2, H.R. 40 does not speak to direct payments to eligible recipients. 3, H.R. 40 does not identify closure of the lineage wealth gap as a primary goal of reparations. And 4, H.R. 40 does not identify the federal government as the capable and culpable party for reparations. But in addition to those legislative flaws, the April 2021 revision of H.R. 40 removed application of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, the FACA, that ensures transparent deliberations, public meetings, and ongoing public reporting, while also maintaining GS-18 equivalent compensation as payments to commission members. That is unacceptable to contemporary reparations. For several years, NAASD and our affiliates supported H.R. 40, but we have also persistently advocated for edits to fix these flaws in order to strengthen the bill's chances of becoming law. Thus far, our calls have gone unanswered. As grassroots Black American reparationists, truly and selflessly committed to the goal of reparations, we find ourselves unable to support H.R. 40 any longer. Stated clearly, support of H.R. 40 in its present form is not support of Black American reparations. Our community has been awaiting reparations for more than 150 years, and we deserve strong federal legislation that has the best chance of success. Next slide, please. Notably, NAASD's position on H.R. 40 aligns with leading reparations scholars Dr. William Sandy Darity and A. Kirsten Mullen, foremost American constitutional scholar and UC Berkeley Law Dean Erwin Chemerinsky, and Mr. John Tateishi, former director of the successful Japanese American Redress Campaign that produced the Civil Liberties Act of 1988. On an issue as paramount as reparations, it would be foolhardy not to heed expert warnings. I believe everyone on the task force agrees that California is leading the reparations conversation, and that what is done here will resonate with the federal government. In that leadership capacity, part of your responsibility is to advocate for federal legislation and a process that mirrors AB 3121 particularly in specificity on eligibility and transparency to the Black American grassroots community. Please be bold in that leadership. Next slide, please. Policy writing is a core component of NAASD's contemporary reparations advocacy, and we have developed a strong alternative bill to H.R. 40 that we are calling H.R. 1865, paying homage to the year of American freedmen emancipation. H.R. 1865 has the support of Dr. William Darity and A. Kirsten Mullen, and NAASD is presently seeking a congressional sponsor to introduce the legislation. In the same way contemporary reparationists uplifted H.R. 40, we will build grassroots support around H.R. 1865, a true reparations bill. In addition to improved federal reparations legislation, in August 2021, NAASD released the historic Repair Act, which is an acronym from reconciliation, equity, protections, atonement, investment, and remuneration. The Repair Act is a lineage-based policy platform designed to address the deep inequities Black Americans face across all areas of socioeconomic activity. We have shared the Repair Act with various Biden administration staffers, including the Domestic Policy Council, whose feedback was that it was the most comprehensive policy package they had ever seen from a grassroots advocacy group. Priorities for presidential action, a subset of the Repair Act, consists of 12 legislative memos that can immediately be enacted via presidential executive order. Chief among them are formation of a John Conyers Reparations Commission based on H.R. 1865, creation of a new census designation specifically for Black American U.S. slavery descendants, and reestablishment of a National Freedmen's Bureau. Next slide, please. Specific to California, NAASD, CJEC, and our local affiliates have been advocating around AB 3121 before there was a bill called AB 3121. And when formally introduced in the California State Assembly, members of NAASD Los Angeles and CJEC played a pivotal role in crafting eligibility language that appears in AB 3121 law today, setting it apart from H.R. 40. We worked closely with Dr. Shirley Weber's office, state legislators, and community stakeholders for years to advance, raise awareness, and ultimately pass AB 3121 into law. This hard work was recently recognized with the selection of CJEC as an anchor organization to this task force. Other local legislative efforts of NAASD and CJEC include AB 1604, the Upward Mobility Act of 2022. This bill, introduced in the current session of the California State Assembly, consists of language that would, for the first time ever, require all state agencies, boards, and commissions to disaggregate the Black African American category in their data collection and collect data specifically on the Black American descendant community. This is an historic effort, essential to the output and efficacy of this reparations body. NAASD and affiliated grassroots reparationists are pursuing similar data disaggregation efforts in New York, Maryland, and Texas currently. NAASD and CJEC are also rallying support around ACA 3, the California Slavery Abolition Act, a bill that will finally close the abomination of a slavery loophole in the California state constitution, ending involuntary servitude as punishment for crime in the state. NAASD and CJEC are proud to also partner with Mr. Samuel Brown, principal author of ACA 3, who crafted the bill's language while serving a 24-year incarceration sentence. If Samuel is watching, welcome home again, brother, and thank you for your work. In 2021, following meetings between NAASD Los Angeles and Mayor Eric Garcetti, Executive Director of the LA Civil Rights Department Capri Maddox, and Deputy Mayor Brenda Shockley, the mayor introduced a reparations commission similar to this task force. The LA Commission will serve in an advisory capacity to the mayor, develop a pilot reparations program, and NAASD co-chair KJ Muhammad has been appointed to the commission by Mayor Garcetti. Next slide, please. Here you can see some of NAASD's partner organizations and affiliates who are working in tandem with us to achieve the goal of federal reparations for the descendant community. We are committed to educating and training American freedmen, the Black American descendants of U.S. chattel slavery, around civic engagement, political science, nonprofit formation, and policy writing so our people can self-advocate and be successful. Education and training are hallmarks of the contemporary reparations movement. Next slide, please. Finally, last year, I had the honor to interview two living icons of the civil rights movement, Mr. Cortland Cox and Mr. David Dennis Sr., who worked alongside Dr. King, Medgar Evers, Stokely Carmichael, Ella Baker, James Farmer, Bayard Rustin, and many other Black American freedom fighters of the 1960s. In conversation with Mr. Cox and Mr. Dennis, they shared the movement ideology that fueled their advocacy and success. Simply, that ideology is that movements are best bottom up, not top down, and movements are fundamentally about people, not organizations. That is the same ideology which drives the contemporary phase of the modern reparations movement. And in that spirit, this slide recognizes just a few of the contemporary grassroots organizers and activists who are moving the modern reparations movement forward. Next slide, please. In closing, we descendants of American slaves, the emancipated American freedmen, the builders of this country, the overwhelming Black majority in this country, are owed a debt of reparations by the US government. We are coming to get our check. All power to the people and reparations by any means necessary. Happy Freedmen History Month to the task force. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Chad, for your compelling expert testimony. So we'll continue our ceremonial panel, and we have 5 or so minutes. So excuse the time taking. My apologies for that. But thank you again to Mr. Brown, to Professor Berry, and to Ms. Farmer-Pillman. So I would like to turn to the task force members in the event that there are any comments or questions to our esteemed panelists today.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
I just only wanted to say it's a wow moment. And I think that this task was further quantified with specificities, particularly coming initially from Dr. Mary Frances Berry, when she showed us areas where folks have been sneaky and running and trying to hide. When it came to sending Black folks out of the state of Mississippi and Alabama to go to northern schools, that was our money being utilized. When she dealt with this matter of the test scores, it made it plain. And even blind as Ray Charles was, anybody who heard these excellent presentations will leave seeing and understanding that it's time for us to admit, to atone, and to act on an issue such as this regarding our justified need for the fulfillment of reparations. Black folks, with all the hell that we've gone through and still living in, that they so eloquently and responsibly and logically outlined and documented. I'm fired up and ready to go. After hearing that, it's a reaffirmation of what I've been saying for years. And I want to thank the staff and the leadership of our task force, how we have brought together this quintessential, excellent, dynamite, out of sight, uptight presentation. Even the devil can get mad over this.
Amos.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brown. I had a question. It's a clarifying question for Ms. Pellman. So in your introduction, I read that you successfully sued on like a slave trade suit and won a $25 million settlement for the African American community. Could you kind of just elaborate on that or clarify that for me, please?
Yeah, let me clarify that. No, without litigation, one of my attorneys spoke earlier today. Basically, in the halls of justice, justice is in the halls. Let me just put it to you that. So the funds that I mentioned in my bio that you mentioned earlier actually were paid by companies who had been exposed due to the litigation. Okay, so not Bank of America, but J.P. Morgan Chase put money out. Wachovia, although they were not part of the litigation, they did put out money because they could very well have become part of the litigation. They knew that. But one company I didn't mention, actually it's a university, Brown University, created a $100 million endowment that most folks don't know about, not even the students on the campus right now. A $100 million endowment was created as a result of research that we presented to them. They created their whole task force based on documentation that we provided to them and our request that they do something. So $100 million endowment, still there, okay?
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other comments or questions? Okay, great. Well, thank you again to our panelists, again, Ms. Farmer-Pellman, Professor Berry, and Mr. Brown for your compelling testimony. And thank you all for showing up to this amazing ceremony. We will continue in 15 minutes. So we'll break from 3 to 3:15, and then we'll continue the ceremony by inviting Professor Stoll from the UC Fund Center, who will then introduce and recognize the anchor organizations through our community engagement process. So thank you again to our panelists for witness panel number 3, and we will break now and come back at 3:15.
Well, y'all came, y'all saw Chad Boogie Brown of NASD just project take over the Freedmen reparations. Yes, he did. Round of applause. Round of applause. He just took that presentation in Itch, Slapped, Narc, and in Cobra and let them know who is responsible for making reparations a national topic of debate. He just made me so proud. I know he's made y'all proud. I am just over the moon thrilled to have just even been included. I saw some of the other grassroots that I am close to, got their acknowledgement. TRP's logo was on there. It was just absolutely rich and beautiful and epic in every way. I saw members of Be the Power, Sons and Daughters of Freedmen on there. I saw U.S. Freedmen, New York being acknowledged. Chicago Freedmen being acknowledged. There is no mistaking it now. For those of us who've been putting in this work. I mean, that's just as epic and rich for me as when Dr. Shirley Weber came in there and put the gate up, okay? By claiming her intent behind AB 3121 was to enrich that of freedmen who descend from U.S. chattel slavery. He was so poised, as he always is. I know he has made his grandmother's birthday, her heavenly birthday, epic, because the ancestors just came through that brother right then and right there. It was epic. It was rich. Let me see what y'all got to say about it. Ivory Dream says, thanks. Pure Vision says, excellent job, Brown. Danielle Winton is giving love to you, Chad. Chad Brown, all the way with exclamation points. Pure Vision said, wow, this would never happen on an Asian, Hispanic, or any other group's panel. Only less than 20% on our own panel. I feel so uncomfortable. Oh, fam, that's what it takes when you've been reduced, when you've been legislated about the state. You see, I told you, they claim we're 6%, but I believe post-COVID, freedmen are more like 3%, okay? So, yeah. And it really is going to take, Pure Vision, people other than us to get this done, fam, especially in a place that's largely dominated by whites and Hispanics and Asians, okay? We do need allies, so that panel needs to reflect California. So if you saw 20%, you saw more than what we are in terms of our population. Daniel Winton said, the Chad Brown get down. I love it. He just made history. We just made history, family. And I couldn't have done it better myself. That brother did the damn thing. Miss Powell says, we are here. Yes, Miss Powell. Shut it down. They didn't even have any questions. He did that presentation so tough, they couldn't even form a question. He answered them before they could ask them. Woo-wee! I am over the moon. I'm so excited. Daniel Winter said he silenced them. Yes, ma'am. They had nothing to say. All the pretenders out here were shut down in this moment. All the grifters out here were shut down in this moment. He just took that presentation and went, pow, pow. Exclamation point. Just slap that ass. Get up out of here with your grifted asses. Ain't doing nothing to move the needle forward. All the while wanting to paint us to be the grifters. Well, he spelled it out loud and clear. Who's been putting in this work? What he did was show you who were the founders of the former ADOS movement. Yes, I'm getting messy. I'm popping our collars. Hell yes, absolutely. Absolutely. 100% at the 100% at the reparations perspective. Yeah. Yeah. There were no questions because we made it crystal clear that we are here. These are my comments. Fire in the motherfucking hole. Now that's the way you reclaim your reparations fight. Get out of here, Narc and Kromer and the other grifters. He just itch-slapped y'all with that presentation. Yes, he did. Let's see what else y'all got to say. I said, Chad Boogie Brown did that presentation. Yes, the chair and the co-chair for sure. Uh-oh, I might be. Okay, Daniel's talking about Dr. Brown and Chad Brown. Yes. My God. He said, is there any freedmen on this panel? Like I said, darling, they have legislated us up out of the state of California. We down to around 3%. And this is my fear. Okay? This is my fear with this country and the weaponization of immigration to ethno-genocide freedmen to as few in number as the Indians before they'll even talk of federal repair. Yeah, we were 17% in the 70s. Of course, black and white during the gold rush. Okay. Which is why they had the Fugitive Slave Act out here. So if you tried to come here, if you were hauled out here to mine gold and you managed to escape but were caught, they returned you to your masters. Yeah, California on the surface pretended to be a free state, but they looked for other ways to legislate you and keep you tethered into slavery. Like I mentioned earlier in the first half, we're about 3%, but about 30% of the freedmen are on lockdown. We are the not so new slaves in the private prison industrial complex out here, with a median income of around $35,000 to $40,000, when the whole price is $840,000 and some odd dollars median. And they sitting up here pretending that the cost of living for a family of four is $46,000. Well, we're about $10,000 off in terms of what blacks, the ones that are able to secure employment. And it don't matter if you're degreed or not out here. I've given you guys statistics from the same 2016 Color of Wealth LA report that Chad Boogie Brown mentioned in that presentation. I share with you guys about how we were back in the gap. That particular study is from 2004 to 2014. And he was right. That was the first time they ever disaggregated and unflattened blackness so that you can see the systemic gross neglect of the state of California when it came to freedmen. A blue state democratically ran. As we keep showing up to the polls to vote blue no matter damn who, this state put a noose around our neck with the legislation, with the help of Ward Connerly, who was a freedman, to introduce Prop 209, to basically say that anything they did to give us any advantages was reverse discrimination. And when we tried to get it overturned with Prop 16, the Asians must have taken a day off from their businesses to vote no to Prop 16. It made it to the ballot, but the money set aside to market it lined the pockets of the people in charge. So it failed. Back to what I was saying, I lost my train of thought before they come back on here. Let me finish this thought. I share with you guys in that report that although we were 44% degreed at the time of that study, and Hispanics at the time, I want to say, and I'm going off my memory, I want to say we were 44% degreed. They were about 17% degreed, if my memory serves me. And at the time, we were a $53,500 median income to Hispanics, $50,000 median income, where we were 3 times, 2.5 times more college degreed than Hispanics. They were within $3,500 of our median income, which has fallen off a cliff since the pandemic. We are 3% of the population when you unflatten blackness, and about our unemployment rate is around 13% down here. Less than 2 million. But we got the highest numbers of homelessness down here. You go down to Skid Row, you see nothing but black bodies, and now they've made it a crime to be homeless. You can be arrested for being homeless in California. If you are living on the streets of California, they can take your ass to jail. Because they want to clean it up, you see, for the Olympics. Oh, yeah, California ain't only sunshine and blue skies. Our people have the oppressive boots on their jugular, and they are being legislated up out of here. And that's why when I give my public comments, I say, you've got to find a way to repair the people you legislated up out of this state. Instead of trying to find a way to tether Black immigrants who are in that 2016 report, Nigerian Blacks were 60,000 liquid to Freedmen Black 200 liquid. Let me see what else y'all got to say real quick. I'm just taking the conversation over. Hi, Martin. I just want to welcome y'all back. Danielle, Miss Powell, Martin, these are the ones putting in work. Pure Vision, Ivy Dreams. Yeah, if y'all want to put in work, you know, if y'all want to put in work, Gmail me at the Retrospect. I can hook you up. The Retrospect at Gmail. I can hook you up with my comrades all over the country. Put in the work. Yes, indeed. I put the Gmail in the chat if you really want to be down with the people doing the work. You know, most folks don't want to do the work. They want to grift off the work. They want to pretend to do the work. They don't want to be at all the meetings. They don't want to be doing the email campaigns. They don't want to make the phone calls. They don't want to do the edits. They don't want to draft the legislation. They just want to sit back and wait and see and be cynical and critical of the work we're doing, constantly telling us how it won't get done. We got to push through all of that to produce what you just saw, to produce what you just bore witness to. I'm riding high. Ivy Dream says, Jim Crow and forced peonage and Black massacres are a part of reparations. Yes, my love. Agreed. I'm just going to highlight the highlights. I mentioned in the chat, I love this idea of banks and insurance companies having to pay reparations, not just the burden of the state. That might increase our award. Well, you know, I believe in reparations for not just slavery, but Jim Crow and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives.
Hi.
Okay, we're back.
Okay. So 3:15. And before we resume our meeting officially, I'll turn to Parliamentarian Johnson so that our roll call vote may be established for quorum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will call the roll now, beginning with Chair Moore.
Present.
Vice Chair Brown.
Present.
Member Bradford. Member Grills. Member Holder.
Present.
Member Jones Sawyer.
Present.
Member Lewis. Member Tamaki.
Here.
Member Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Madam Chair, there are 9 members on the task force. 5 members are necessary for a quorum. We have 6 members present and a quorum is established.
Thank you. Given that a quorum has been reestablished, we'll now resume the meeting officially. So we'll go to our next agenda item, which is agenda item number 9, Community Engagement Plan Update and Recognition of Anchor Organizations. So this part of the agenda will be from 3:15 to 4:15 roughly, and it will be facilitated by Member Grills and I believe Professor Stoll. So Member Grills, you are recognized. Thank you very much.
Hi, I think I will speak as I am standing in Member Grill's stead for this part of the presentation. And I wanted to say again, I'm honored to be before the task force again, talk a little bit about the work of the anchor organizations who are present with us here today and who will provide a brief overview of their mission, geographic reach, campaigns, and network. But I did wanted to note that the Bunch Center and the anchor organizations, as well as all who are involved in the community listening session planning, including the communications firms and our professional facilitator, are in the planning stages for the community listening sessions, which will be happening later this winter and spring. In fact, tomorrow we will have our third such deep dive meeting to talk about specifics of the community listening sessions that will be held across the state at various points in time. And we'll have very different formats and themes, and all of that are planning as we speak. But present today with us are representatives from the 7 anchor organizations that Dr. Grills spoke a little bit about to the task force earlier, but we thought we'd have this opportunity to speak more in depth about the items I discussed. And present with us are representatives from the Black Equity Collective, Repaired Nations, Coalition for a Just and Equitable California, California Power Network, the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley, the Black Equity Initiative, and finally, but not least, is the African Black Coalition. Each will take about 2 to 3 minutes and provide a brief snapshot again of their mission, their geographic reach, campaigns, and network. We have put together a PowerPoint presentation as they provide their presentations. And then after they provide that overview for you task force members, I am honored to then introduce a music video that Member Grills thought would be apropos for the work that the task force is doing, especially in light of Black History Month. So when they're done, I will then return to speak a little bit about this video and show it. And then, of course, if you have any questions, I'll be more than happy to address them. So I think we'll start with the queue up of the PowerPoint presentations, and the first anchor organization on the list to present is the Black Equity Collective.
Good afternoon to the members of the task force and to the community at large. I'm happy to present on behalf of the Black Equity Collective. My name is Larisha Franks, and I'm the Senior Lead for Organizational Development and Strategic Partnerships. You can click through to the slides. Thank you. I would like to first share that the Black Equity Collective was birthed out of the current iteration of the Black Equity Initiative. This was a 4-year effort that began in 2017 to support 15 Black-led and Black-serving organizations whose work addressed issues within education, criminal justice, and workforce development. The initiative's goal at that time was to, 1, address conditions that perpetuate institutional racism against Black people, and 2, build a community of learning and practice that strengthens the work on the ground and informs the broader philanthropic field of best practices to advance racial justice at scale. The 15 organizations were provided with sufficient multi-year resources to do sustained systems change work, and were brought together to share ideas on how to support Black leaders and build the infrastructure of Black-led organizations. And so it was in that learning space that the vision for the Black Equity Collective was created. And so the mission of the Black Equity Collective is to join both public and private funders in communities as partners in strengthening the long-term sustainability of Black-led and Black empowering organizations in Southern California, which for us include Los Angeles, San Bernardino, and Riverside counties. And we aim to do this, if you can click to that, there, thank you. We aim to do this by, 1, evolving philanthropy by modeling equity and justice in operational and grant-making practices, and then also developing an ecosystem of strong and sustainable Black-led organizations that are networked to pursue their individual and collective missions of advancing economic, political, and social liberation for Black people in Southern California. The network has expanded and has moved from having just 1 funder to multiple, and from supporting issue-based work to supporting organizations that are working across various issues. The network now consists of 40 plus Black-led and Black empowering organizations, and there are 17 funders plus a host of partners and supporters. If you can go to the next slide. And so here's a few snapshot of some of our work, which includes the release of publications that are geared towards educating funders on grant making from a Black equity lens, and hosting events that'll help bridge the gap between funders and the Black community. And so for our listening sessions, we're looking to tap into our network of organizations and hear from them, as we believe reparations should include special consideration for Black-led organizations that not only work in Black communities and serve Black families, but also employ Black residents. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, and then we'll move on to Repaired Nations.
Greetings, task force members and members of the community. My name is Gregory Jackson. I'm the co-founder of Repaired Nations, which is a Pan-African network of support providing community education and technical assistance, funding and infrastructure, as well as network and advisory services. We take mostly an educational approach as we're tapping into our network, specifically in California, but also throughout the US. What is central to our education is our book club, which centers around Black cooperative owners and helping them understand the history that brought us here. Amazing book by Jessica Gordon-Nimhart called Collective Courage, which chronicles our history since about the 1700s. We've been in many different design and task force type things, namely Resilient by Design, East Oakland Neighborhoods Initiative Community Plan. While we're reaching out to folks in the Bay Area, we will be connecting with the Black Cultural Zone, the New Economy Coalition, the network of Bay Area cooperatives, as well as Seed Commons, helping to get the voice of social entrepreneurs and people in the solidarity economy into this conversation. Thank you.
Next is Coalition for a Just and Equitable California.
Good afternoon, task force members, staff, and community members listening and watching across California and nationwide. My name is Tiffany Quarles, and I'm a founding member of CJEC, the Coalition for a Just and Equitable California. On behalf of CJEC, I'd like to thank you for selecting us as a community anchor organization. We are honored and humbled by this historic opportunity to expand our community engagement efforts for California reparations. The Coalition for a Just and Equitable California is a statewide grassroots coalition of California community-based organizations working to achieve reparations and reparative justice for Black Americans, descendants of U.S. slavery. We advocate for, as well as engage with California's Black American descendants of U.S. slavery to achieve our mission. In 2020, our advocates worked hard to improve and enact AB 3121, the state law that created America's first in the nation task force to study and develop reparations proposals for African Americans. Now we're working to make sure the descendant community participates in creating strong reparations legislation. Our coalition partners include the California Black Lineage Society, the National Assembly of American Slavery Descendants Los Angeles, and the American Redress Coalition of California. CJEC partner organizations work in communities across California, including Sacramento, the Bay Area, the Inland Empire, San Bernardino County, and Los Angeles. Next slide. CJEC is actively engaging our community about community reparations. Some of our community engagement activities include informing the public about California Reparations Task Force meetings and activity, collecting community engagement ideas from our community, holding reparations community meetings and listening sessions, virtual and in person, canvassing for California reparations at community events and neighborhoods, organizing and encouraging public comment at reparations task force meetings, recommending public and community experts for testimony to the reparations task force, promoting California reparations on social media, live streaming all public meetings of the California Reparations Task Force on YouTube, educating community groups and key community influencers about California reparations, organizing community members to create and develop community-centered reparations proposals, advocating for transparency, community engagement, and strong reparations proposals, and educating public officials to build support for reparations. Next slide. Thank you again for this historic opportunity. We look forward to working with you and our anchor organization partners to achieve reparations and reparative justice in California. We also like to thank the California Black Women's Health Project for being our fiscal sponsor. Lastly, I'd like to invite members of the Richmond, California community to our independent reparations listening session on Tuesday, March 1st from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. For more info, visit CJEC on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at CJEC Official. Thank you, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Next is California Black Power Network. Is a member representative from the California Black Power Network on board? Okay. Then, in that spirit, we'll move on to the presentation from the Othering and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley.
Hello. Hello, my name is Christian Ivy from the Elder and Belonging Institute at UC Berkeley. I'm the digital comms specialist, and I handle things kind of digital. I just want to say hello to everyone and thank you all for coming here and listening to us. Really quick, as this pulls up, I can give a quick overview of OBI. The Institute grew out of a core group of engaged scholars at UC Berkeley who had organized around thematic topics related to marginalization and inclusion, including disability studies, public health, race and education, LGBTQ citizenship, religious pluralisms, among many others. And we're led by Professor John A. Powell. And he, within that, in 2012, came up with the framework of other and belonging. And so through that, we try to create a world where there's no othering and everyone feels like they can belong. And our main way of doing that is providing research that push reforms and that create this transformative change that affects those that are, targeted and marginalized, but also is for the better good of everyone else that's involved as well. Since we're part of the UC network, that's one of our main networks, which we have connections all over California, from northern and southern, as well as all over the US. Specifically, the San Francisco Bay areas, because we're home in Berkeley, is where we have a lot of our strong connections. And I think that's where some of our listening sessions will most likely happen at. And one of our really big campaigns, since we have so many that intersects with race and ethnicity, the Roots of Structural Racism project that we recently released focuses on the structural racism in specifically California, but as well as the US, and how these things, or how has the racism either changed or not have changed from before. And this has provided a way for us to sort of engage with this, not that everything is surface level. And this project has been featured in Time Magazine, CNN, New York Times, The Atlantic, Wall Street, Political, and so many other places if you're interested in just giving a quick Google search. Yeah, if you hit the next slide for me, please. And it just shows particularly that we have a recent project that we came out with the Structural Racism Remedy Repository. And in short, basically, it's like a wiki of policy solutions for structural racism for California and the US. Yes, we recently released that, and that's in connection with our structural racism project. So we're looking forward to using those like policy and research to kind of shape things up. Thanks again for listening.
Next is the Black Equity Initiative.
Good afternoon. I'm Pastor Samuel Casey of the Black Equity Initiative, Executive Director of Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement, or COPE. We're one of the co-conveners and co-creators of the Black Equity Initiative in the Inland Empire, which is situated in Southern California, two of the largest counties in the state of California, really in the United States. Our network is comprised of 45 Black-led or Black empowering organizations, and today, the true testament of us coming together to be able to present to this august body just the powerful work that we believe is going to continue to happen through the work of the reparations. The Black Equity Initiative, we are a coalition that was formed in 2014 with really a general desire to shape and improve the Black community here in San Bernardino and Riverside County by leading campaigns that would empower and organizing around education and policy and practice change. The strategies that we employ focused on systems change and policy change in the areas of civic engagement, criminal justice reform, transformative work around housing, specifically for those who have been system impacted and their families, around housing justice, health equity, education equity, and economic liberation. Our reach, as stated earlier, is based in the Inland Empire communities of San Bernardino and Riverside counties. Next slide, please. Here's some of our work. We were one of the very first counties in the state of California to declare racism as a public health crisis here in San Bernardino County and push other municipalities to follow suit likewise. We're constantly being led by our faith and community leaders. We build and organize people power. And really what we want at the end of the day is system and practice change. We build and restore our people in our communities where harm has been done specifically to Black bodies. We're excited about the work that we've engaged in. And recently, just out of this fund that was created, $5 million fund established through the Black Equity Initiative, just recently funded some 20 plus organizations to the tune of over $770,000, close to $800,000 in funding for those Black-led, Black empowering organizations. Thank you so much for having the opportunity to present, and we look forward to the empowering work that's continuing to take place through these efforts. God bless.
Thank you for a terrific presentation. Last but not least, we have the African Black Coalition.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Miranda X, and I'm representing the African Black Coalition. We are, and you can select the next slide. Thank you. We are a statewide youth development organization that trains African and Black students in leadership development, political education, and community engagement and organizing. We're privileged to be entering our 20th year as an organization. One of our ancestors once said that it's not that Black people are outnumbered, it's that we are out-organized. So we at the African Black Coalition strive to strategically train and unite African and Black students throughout the state of California in everything that we do. So when it's time for us to really advocate and to fight, there's an organized body of people pushing back and making things happen. Of course, our mission as an organization is to liberate all African people, and we do this through organizing Black college students because we understand that college students are exposed and privy to information and resources that can be helpful and life-changing to our communities. We train our college students on how to become better leaders, how to run effective organizations, and how to really just be change agents in their local communities, on campus, and the overall African diaspora. We do this through our leadership and organizing institutes, our Black City Lobby Day, our Black Student Leadership Training, Camp Uhuru, and of course, our African Black Coalition Conference. And if you want to learn more about us and the work that we do, please feel free to visit our website and visit Instagram at African Black Coalition. But we are definitely thankful to be a part of this effort to ensure that youth voice are included when we're discussing reparations and what that means to us. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, representatives for the anchor organizations. And let me just reiterate to the task force that—
Professor Stoll?
Yes.
There was one more person that was skipped. Her name is Kristen Nimmer. She says she's here.
Oh, beautiful.
Maybe Kristen Nimmer try to speak again.
Sure. Kristen, let us know the organization that you're representing today, and then let's see if we can move back to the point in the slides where we could present with her discussion.
Kristen Nimmers? No, we still can't hear you. He's talking in the moderator chat, but we can't hear you. Sorry about that. At least staff can, she doesn't think she's part of the presenters. Can the staff elevate her to be a part of the presenters? Yeah, I don't see her name as part of the presenters. Okay, now I see your name that's a part of the presenters. Well, I think you have been a part of the presenter because you were in the backstage chat. So Kristen Nimmers, can you try to speak again? If not, we might have to skip. Or you can try to log back in and out. He or hear you. Maybe you can try to call in from oh, we see you now. Okay, can you try to speak? No, we cannot hear you. I'm so sorry about that. This is so unfortunate. I don't know if you can try to call in with your phone. That way we can hear you and your video would stay the same. So I don't know if you can, let me see, I'll drop the agenda link into the chat, which will have the information for how to call in. And now I'm doing this because this is ceremonial in nature and I want to make sure that we are recognizing all the anchor organizations that have been selected. Just give me a minute. Okay, maybe try to unmute my iPhone. So try to use your computer to unmute and speak. You're still on mute. Okay, try to speak. Okay, if the staff can assist you, what I'll do right now, I'll just call you and so we can just hear you from my phone. Give me a minute. Sorry about that.
Okay. That we're having all of these technical issues. Thank you for making sure that I was able to speak and talk to you all. I am Kristen Nimmers. I'm the Policy and Campaign Manager for California Black Power Network. We're a coalition of Black and Black serving organizations focused on addressing racism, as well as nation. We have folks throughout the state. We cover 13 counties in 6 regions of the state, including the Bay Area, Sacramento Valley, Central Valley, Inland Empire, Los Angeles, and San Diego. Our coalition is built off of work that we did with the California Black Citizens and Redistricting Hub, as well as the African American Civic Engagement Project. Through both of those projects, we worked as a state contractor to do Black census outreach and talked with over 1 million residents through phoning, door knocking, digital organizing, and Black Council campaign to motivate folks to take the census as well as participate in the 2020 election. We also engaged hundreds of community leaders and residents in community conversations during the state's redistricting process. And then we're currently developing a comprehensive multi-issue policy agenda that will drive our work and our focus in the future, and we'll concentrate around bettering the lived conditions of Black Californians. So thank you all for having me and for allowing me to speak.
Thank you so much. And I'll turn it back over to Professor Stoll.
Thank you for the problem-solving abilities and for the patience of the task force. So that ends the presentations of the anchor organizations. As I indicated at the beginning of the presentations, that we are in the formative yet developed stages of identifying the community listening sessions, site locations, formats, themes, etc. Tomorrow we will have our second formal meeting where we take a deeper dive in identifying these areas of opportunity, as well as the type of community listening sessions each anchor organization will hold. In addition, as you know, we have in place a project facilitator, as well as communication firms who will be working with the anchor organization in messaging, as well as in communicating the ideas that the task force mission and objectives. As well, Bunch is also involved in developing a statewide representative survey around reparations, looking at the specific kinds of supports, policy supports that people may or may not strongly or not so strongly support in the form of reparations. And that is ongoing work that I would be more than happy to talk to you about in the near future. But before I present a video that Member Grills thought would be apropos for today's meeting, I wanted to stop there and see if there were any questions from the task force members about what you've heard today, or about any of the logistics or otherwise with regard to the community listening sessions, that I could provide answers to the best of my knowledge and ability so far. So let me stop there before I move on and share the video and see if there's any questions.
Vice Chair Brown, you're recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the task force. I'm looking for a demographically and qualitative engagement of the African American faith community. It's too minuscule. What ideas do you have in mind about that?
During the planning sessions of the anchor organization, we are going to take an accounting of the areas and the populations and the membership organizations that each anchor organization intends to recruit, cover, and include in their community listening session meetings. So,
but Doc, you don't marginalize African Americans' faith and spiritual communities.
Oh no.
And
no.
But what I heard, hear me, please. What I heard, I did not hear equality and quantitative engagement of that community across the state.
Okay, I understand. So we will make it a point of emphasis, but that is certainly will be part of our charge.
All right, thank you.
Important part, central part.
Okay, great. Vice Chair Brown, did you have any other questions? Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that.
I had a follow-up question to Professor Stoll on behalf of the community organizations present. I know the clear expectation is that these community organizations will organize, certain sets of listening sessions, but it's also part of the expectation is for these organizations to also like publicize or help to publicize like future formal hearings, whether they be virtual or in person.
Yes, that will be part of their charge as well. And then how they evolve, what their functions are also evolving as we meet as a group too. So we have to better understand the capabilities, the functions, the expertise of each anchor organization and their networks, where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, where they need support, what will be best for the task force. All of that is what we're learning now through our organizational meetings. And as we get to learn more about that, then firmer plans about what type of listening sessions will be organized, by whom, when, where, et cetera, will be revealed. And so that's part of our ongoing efforts now. I think the anchor organizations are clearly motivated to want to do the best work that they can do to be as representative, inclusive, as well as to communicate those messages to as broad of their community as possible. So that's what we are undertaking now in our planning efforts.
I would like to take the time and space for Pastor Casey just to go on record to address Vice Chair Brown's concerns. Feel free to just state your position.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Dr. Brown, for that concern. Certainly, the organization that we lead here in the Inland Empire, Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement, or COPE, we have a 20-plus year history here in the region of engaging faith communities, not only here locally in San Bernardino, Riverside, but we also have the capacity and relationships to engage in the Los Angeles region, as well as San Diego and parts of Northern California. So we're going to make sure definitely that the faith community, not only in the Christian perspective, but also other faith communities in the Black faith tradition are included in those conversations intentionally as well.
Thank you. Let me also note that the way that the community listening session planning is organized is that while there are 7 anchor organizations, we have support and resources for those anchor organizations to also network with what we call Tier 2 organizations. There will be another set of 15 organizations that the 7 anchor organizations network with in order to expand the reach, expertise, et cetera, of the listening session meetings and convenings. And so there will also be the opportunity to broaden the scope and the intentionality of what organizations, what parts of the community will be identified, targeted, recruited, invited, et cetera, to maximize the effectiveness of the community listening sessions, broaden participation as much as possible, while focusing on those groups that have been identified as central. And we hear you from that.
Thank you. Member Holder, but before we go to Member Holder, I want to give the organization some time and space. I want to pose a question in the event that you all have any questions to us or for us as task force members, like start ruminating about that and feel free to pose them before we close today. So Member Holder, thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, Dr. Stoll, and all of the all of the anchor organization representatives who spoke. We really appreciate your work and your organizing expertise. As part of this undertaking, I think one of the intentions of the task force was, the education piece, right? To not only create a safe space for people to talk about their experiences with discrimination, and also to educate the public on the true history of racism and discrimination in California and beyond. And one of the deliverables that the task force is going to produce that is going to be critical to that education piece is the report, which is going to be maybe a 1,000-page report that's going to be coming out this June. It is packed with information and an accurate history of racism in this state and in the country. And so I think it's going to be really important to partner with the anchoring organization. That report gets out to academics, students, the entire community of listeners, and the community that wants to heal and be a part of this process. So I was just wondering whether, given how short the time frame is, that report's coming out in just a few months, whether you all have given some thought to how you're going to leverage that report in this process.
Not as deeply as we will, given what you've said. But let me also say that I think is part of the reason why Member Grills and by association me wanted the communication firms to be on board, because part of what they will be doing is not only helping anchor organizations in their messaging, but also to be able to communicate the ideas, I think ultimately, of the task force to move the needle of public opinion on harm and reparations for African Americans. Part of their charge is to be able to have a narrative that broad swaths of people in California, not only African Americans, but importantly other groups, to see the importance of harm and why the question of reparations is so important. I think ultimately that is part of what we hope we're able to achieve with the listening sessions, not only to get people to come in and talk about their stories, but it's also about being able to communicate those stories in a way that people see that there's a reason that people can see a different view if they had, other positions on discrimination and remedy. Because I think that's what we want. I mean, ultimately, we want to be able to move the needle at the state level in the legislature to be able to ask the question of what's possible for redress. And I think you broaden the options when you have more support. And I think part of what the communications job will be doing, because we'll be using various forms of media, including radio, et cetera, to be able to create this narrative about why this commission is important. What is it that they're tackling, and why it's necessary to propose solutions. So I think in that sense, the model for community engagement is important, because it's not only getting input, but it's also using that input to opinion around the central questions that you, the task force members, are charged with. I want to ask if there was questions, because I also wanted to, thank you and tell you again that I'm honored that you allowed me to be in your presence today to speak a little bit about the work that we're doing with the anchor organizations.
Mila?
Yes, Member Tamaki, you're recognized.
Chair Moore. I made this comment to Professor Stoll and the other anchor organizations in one of the early, I think the first meeting But just sharing some experience of the Japanese American redress and reparations hearings. When the movement started out, and I remember I was there, there wasn't much attention, really. But when the hearings started, and hearings, I have to confess, I was pretty dismissive of. I didn't think they were going to be that crucial. But the stories that came out, the personal ones, were so dramatic that even family members had not heard them before. And part of the reason they didn't hear them is because they're too unpleasant to talk about. People wanted to move on, or they were so normal that people kind of felt it was no big deal. But when people actually heard about family members who were disappeared, immediately after the attack on Pearl Harbor, literally the next day, Secret Service arrested people, and some of those people got separated permanently. They were talked about babies dying because of not adequate medical care, or living in a horse stall, or being shot because they ventured too close to the barbed wire. And the press had not heard those stories before. Mainstream California and the rest of the country had not heard those stories before. They picked them up, and then it started gaining momentum. So I just want to, there's huge differences between the Black experience and the 5 years the Japanese Americans went through. Obviously, absolutely no equivalence whatsoever. But in the telling of the story, that might be relevant because it touched people's hearts and minds, and the anchor organizations might think about it. And for that purpose, there were support groups that recruited witnesses to testify. They practiced them, actually, because people were not accustomed to public speaking. They helped them, they drove them there to get them there. They made sure the press had a camera on them. So it was orchestrated, but they were genuine human stories, and we found that really did move the needle.
Member Tamaki, I want to say thank you so much for that, and for what you said at the initial meeting of the anchor organizations, because I think they took that to heart, as well as the communication firms, because part of what they see as their mission, and part of what the communications firms will do, is work with these organizations to help people who have personal stories to what's the right word? Train how they narrate their experience, right, in ways that is honest to them, but also effective in communicating what they're trying to get across. And I think you were very helpful in that regard, because I think the anchor organizations took that to heart, and that will be part of the central planning process. Because you're right, those personal stories are gonna be tremendous, but also the media count on them too, and that's where we have to be ahead of the curve. And we want to be able to control that narrative and not have other entities be able to have the disproportionate power over the narrative. I am also charged with sharing a video. Chair Moore, if you, I'll let you decide, or let me know whether or not I can do that. So I'll let you respond. I don't want to go beyond my turn in place.
No, absolutely. You can proceed.
Thank you. Member Grills thought that it would be apropos to end today's meeting with a video that was written and performed by someone named Professor Harvey Brody. And Professor Brody, from what I understand, is a retired dentist and a former University of California regent, who I think was inspired by the work of the task force and wanted to get involved. And so Professor Brody shared this video with Member Grills, and Member Grills was taken, and she asked him what moved him to make it, and he said the following, and I'm going to read this in quote. This song is born of my frustration with our community's long-standing history of social injustices as well as current policies. It is my enduring belief that this is the time we can and must find a way to do better. I have learned a great deal by attending task force meetings, listening to expert testimony, and have been deeply moved by the personal narrative shared by the public. I hope this music might help to generate interest and broaden community support for the task force activities and future recommendations. Thanks to Professor Brody, and we will cue the video.
Families ripped apart, couldn't be any worse. Kidnapped, chained, and sold, that's the curse. Tried to learn and listen to hear all sides, but there is truth and there are lies.
You built your wealth in creating the herd and increased the gap any way that you could. Now hear me out, the train's leaving the station. My next stop, reparations. Some say no way, why should I pay? I did no wrong back in the day. I say no way, I say you pay.
Break it, you buy it, we broke it. Break it, you buy it, let's own it. Break it, you buy it, we broke it. Break it, you buy it, let's own it.
Good enough for war, but not alone. If you can't get a job, how do you get a home?
Could you imagine how it must feel to always get the raw end of the deal? To start the process to make amends. Politics as usual is a dead end. People of color have so much to say. It's time to listen as they lead the way.
Some say no way, why should I pay? I did no wrong back in the day. I say no way, it's time we pay.
If you break it, you buy it, we broke it. Break it, you buy it, let's own it. Break it, you buy it, we broke it. Break it, you buy it, let's own it.
If not us, who? If not now, when? This is our chance to make a difference. If not us, who?
Break it, you buy it, we broke it.
If not now, when?
Break it, you buy it, let's own it.
This is our chance.
Break it, you buy it, we broke it.
To make a difference.
Break it, you buy it, let's own it. Break it, you buy it, we broke it. Break it, you buy it, let's own it. Break it, you buy it, we broke it.
Great. Thank you so much, Professor Stoll, for that video. That is super inspiring. Yeah, and I always say when the arts, when arts and culture, when those movements get into and intersect with political movements, that's where we're really seeing progress. So I think that was a great video. Thank you so much for that. And I hope to see more inspired through these task force efforts. That means we're doing a good job.
Thank you for having me today. Thank you for having the anchor organizations present. I know they can't all speak, but I'm sure they would say that as well.
Thank you. So are there any last comments or questions, Professor Stoll? Okay, well, thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So we'll now turn to agenda item number 10, which is task force member closing statements or any discussion that we may want to have before we recess for tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. So I actually asked Vice Chair Brown to share if you have any thoughts or reflections based on the ceremony that we had today.
As I said just earlier, Madam Chair, I'm serious. I think that the presenters nailed down from all angles why reparations makes sense for us. The only thing that remains to be addressed in my estimation is, does the body politic have the will to atone and to act, do something about it? And when Dr. Mary Frances Berry started mentioning about how Black teachers were sent out of the state of Mississippi and those southern states to go to northern schools, which was more challenging and required more energy and money. That was taxpayers' money being used. And yet white students, white families, white churches were living the life of Riley at our expense. And then that clip that was played of Dr. King way back in his day. You see a lot of these folks reading today even won't just quote Dr. King, quote Dr. King. The oratory, the poetry, the I Have a Dream. But they don't want to deal with the fact that over 50% of that speech at the March on Washington was about economic and political injustice. In fact, before he died in 1968, 4th of April, the sermon that he was preparing to preach was, "Will America go to hell? Will America go to hell?" And that clip that we just saw, he was citing how the homesteaders in the West got privilege, land that was almost given to them. And yet, down to the Allensworth, the land was taken away from us. I could go on and mention it. We got all of the data. We got enough information. We got enough analysis. The question is, does the body politic have the will to do anything to pay back or to bring healing to a people, nobody but us, no one else? I know what 209 said, we don't need to be dealing with race, but it's been this race, this Black race, African Americans, who have been victimized by all of this crookedness that's been going on for all of these years. So I think we need to get ready to be politically savvy. And as Willie Brown said, learn how to count and get the support that is needed. Not so much from our community to give analysis. We know where we hurt. We know where we've been wounded. We know where we've been kicked in the butt. What we need is for the people who've been hoarding the money, who've been hoggish and greedy, to share it. And how so? Let's deal with a man of great authority of yesteryears, the spiritual, intellectual mentor of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Dr. Benjamin Elijah Mays, that great theologian, scholar, got his PhD degree from the University of Chicago back in the 20s. When he delivered his last commencement charge to graduates at Morehouse in 1967, this is what he said, and I quote him, "Our problem in the future will not come from the rabid segregationists like George Wallace of Alabama, Barnett of Mississippi, Faubus of Arkansas, or Lester Maddox even of Georgia." That old man said, "Our problem in the future will come from the so-called progressive liberal whites who will wine and dine you at the swankiest of hotels, sip tea with you, but will refuse to share political and economic power with you." Now we're going to see whether or not California's body politic is ready on this question of reparations. Play catch up and share with us real economic power. Share with us the political power that gets things done through the political process. Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the task force.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Brown, for those moving reflections. Are there any other comments from our task force members today?
I'll just give a quick announcement that on tomorrow at 12 o'clock, Dr. Cornell West will be speaking for our faith community and our San Francisco Reparations Task Force, closing out African American History Month observance here at Third Baptist.
Senator Bradford, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just would like to echo a little bit of what Dr. Brown just stated, and not only the political will of this task force, but I really encourage you to start having a conversation with the legislature. I think that's where the real test is going to be as to whether we will be able to garner the necessary votes in both houses to move whatever conclusion and a final, document and recommendation it brings forth. I think that's where it's going to be the real test. And that's what people keep asking me. And I don't think it's what we decide on here. It really is, once we decide on it, is there the will of this California legislature to do the right thing and move it forward? So those are the conversations I think we should start having with our respective legislators and beyond our immediate communities, and encouraging many of the support groups to start having that dialogue right now while we're still trying to figure this out. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. So it's 4:15 and I am conscious of time, and we do have a full day tomorrow. So we can reconvene tomorrow if there aren't any other comments, questions, or reflections from our esteemed task force members. Hearing no more reflections, I would like to thank members of the public and, of course, our esteemed task force members for this incredible day as we celebrate Black History Month and the history of reparations advocacy in the United States. So thank you all again, and we will recess until tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, public comment starts sharply at 9 a.m. from 10 a.m. And then we will talk about the community of eligibility. That'll be the first item of our discussion. That's just a friendly reminder for those who are still on the call today. So thank you again, and we will recess officially.
Well, family, we got through it. I can't believe we're done at 4:17. Oh my God. That's pretty incredible. I'm just ecstatic. Let me stop it because that music's gonna make me crazy. Hold on one second, y'all. I cannot. Hold on, y'all. I got to stop that music. Oh, that's gonna make me crazy. Where's it at? Okay, hold on, y'all. And I got a couple minutes to spend with y'all. This is crazy. Normally, sometimes, child, we get out of here 5, 6 o'clock. This is a blessing. BB says that song was a whole trip. I kind of liked it. I certain little white songs I like. Well, that was a song about us, but some little white cats throw down. I don't know if y'all know of Michael Franks, but that's one of my favorite little white cats. That little white cat knows what he's doing. He's got soul. I really like the song. Everybody else is laughing at it. Let's see here. Okay, so I'm going to go up here and read some of your comments since I got a little time. Let's see here. Oh, I was told that some of you guys are interested in getting involved. I can put you guys in touch with the very nasty that Mr. Chad Brown is associated with. I can put you guys in touch. So if you want, please Gmail me at therepperspect@gmail.com. We're getting in position to take on members in that particular org. So yes, please reach out to me at therepperspect@gmail.com. I'm going to put it in the chat. Hold on. therepperspect@gmail.com. Okay, so when we took a break, I already told you how much I love Chad Boogie Brown's presentation. I'm still riding high off of that, and I shared, who was that? Danielle. I shared your hashtag creation with them, and who else was it? Was it BB or Ivy? I had to look down. I shared Chad for president, and he is just cracking up over that. He's very well spoken. I just love it. But do know that he's not the only one that puts it down. I was sharing about, a party in the chat. She's just iconic and legendary in the movement, and she's groomed me a lot and taught me a lot. See, I'm a baby at this. See, I just got mad after how many years of Obama? 8 years of Obama, and I got involved with the Bernie Sanders campaign and started watching Yvette Carnell, and she was with, I want to say, Boyce Watkins at the time. And once I started getting politically engaged, she told us, when we kept asking what's the solution, to go be the solution. And that's how I met many of the people that were mentioned in that slide show that Chad Brown presented. And, I met them pretty much. A lot of them I met at the ADOS inaugural conference. Okay, that's child, was that October 2019? Yeah, so we just found each other all over the country because we were just tired of trauma bonding. Okay, we were tired of trauma bonding and wanted to get active. And so what you saw today in that presentation is what birthed what you see today. Okay, these are a lot of the people that I saw mentioned in different logos. These are the people that have been here from the very beginning and are the real founders of the former ADOS movement. They've gone on to create a hashtag, that whole thing splintered. That was YC and Tone splintering the movement that we were told to go and create. And so we all kind of went off to do our thing and form under different logos, form different organizations, but we are still that collective that came together beyond the trauma bonding to really get the work done. So I'm still giddy and I'm still popping my collar just to be amongst these brilliant minds. I was saying all that to say that there are quite a few brilliant, beautiful minds like that of Chad Brown. Not everybody likes to be out front. You know, you guys have come to know me as edutainment in the movement. Okay, so you know, I have a good time. I'm a crybaby. I go through a whole wealth of emotions, but you know, I wish I could remember the quote from one of the presenters at the task force. It was so beautiful. It was something about tears are the power of the giants or something. I can't recall. I'm botching it up, but it moved me in the sea of the soul because, yeah, I'm an empath and I get emotional. But what I love about y'all is that y'all roll with me. And from the very beginning, even when, you know, the ADOS move, the former ADOS movement was fractured, you guys stayed a constant. And I mean that. You guys from everywhere, FBA, B1, Solidarity, like from all over the place, you guys continue to support my voice in this space and value my contribution to growing the reparations demands to critical mass, because that's what I'm here for. I'm here to share with you the way I see it, to offer up ideas on how we can get what we are owed, and to get more freedmen politically educated, akin to how Yvette taught me. I mean, I think she's great in terms of a political commentator, but an organizer, she is not. Anywho, I'm not going to live there because I know folks get their feelings hurt. But I don't want folks to be in their bag. But I am still riding high. Let me see what y'all have to say before my child comes barreling in here. She went to go get something to eat after track, so I got a couple minutes. I see you, Danielle. Thank you, love, for joining the live again. Y'all my ride or dies for real, because you're all back for part 2. Y'all done did all day with me. Thanks for being active in the chat as my co-host. Martin Norwood said, ask her how many Black folks she matched. What is this? How many Black folks she matched back to their tribes? Okay, now see, Martin, you were talking about the woman who was presenting about suing the banks and insurance companies. And you are so hilarious. I know that I don't know that she was with Narcan and Cobra, but I do know that she mentioned in Cobra is where she deferred when she became a lawyer and wanted to hold these corporations liable. So you so silly with that comment, because you ask her how many Black folks she matched back to their tribes. I think you're referencing when she was talking about how we weren't all dropped off here, that we were dropped off in the Caribbean first. She was trying to still, of course, everybody wants to crowbar now. I swear I ain't never seen more white folks coming out talk about how Black they are in all my years. But once we made reparations like something that's actually, you know, feeling like it's coming to fruition, you know, I don't get that excited. Okay. I know we're putting in the work, but you know, we've been working a long time on this, but I think that each generation does get it closer to actualization. My prayer is that we tackle the weaponization of immigration so that we can be around to benefit from it. You know, I told you we're down from 17% to 3%, and now they want to talk about reparations. That's my fear. We're at 13% or less now, given the floodgates of refugees and immigrants coming into the country. My fear is that it's being used to ethno-genocide us to as few in number as the Indians before they'll actually give us any form of repair, if at all. Like, I believe it'll be a mere pittance, you know, but we shall see. I stay hopeful. I guess what I'm trying to say, fam, is don't keep your eyes solely on reparations. Immigration is a very imminent threat. And, you know, if you didn't hear my first half where I gave public comments, go back and listen to that. I'm not going to do that again, but I dropped some knowledge about the number of Hispanics and that has increased in this country, how Black immigrants have increased in this country, how Asians have increased, and yet Freedman Black is on the decline. So please check out the first part. It's at the very, if you don't want to listen to it, because we do go hard. I went up until 115, maybe later than that. and then I cut that tape off. But you can listen to the stuff as you work out. You can listen to it in your car as you're driving to and from. But my public comments are closer to like around 10 o'clock or so, the first hour of the presentation from the first half. So yeah, family, we can't afford to just keep our eye on reparations. I mean, we still got to finish these proposals and then put it in this, put it to a vote. Like, it's just a lot more steps. But I am prayerful that this will be the blueprint, whatever comes of it. I pray that it's very, very robust. And I pray that as California goes, so goes the federal package for everyone to benefit on this level. Because as many of you know, Evanston is just a housing voucher. And I've already shared with you on previous broadcasts that, about 16 people were recipients, but their median income doesn't even make them qualify for a home loan. So even if you're helping them with down payment assistance, which, oh, by the way, Narcan and Cobra are attached to those reparations in Evanston. And that's the kind of little crap they're trying to do with the federal repair. They really don't want us to get anything. And if we do, they want to be the ones to disperse it. You see how nefarious that is? So they're very proud of Evanston. They're very proud to brag that, Evanston was the first city to give reparations. Well, their process wasn't this process, you see. And that's what each of you need to be doing in your respective states. We're talking about having our first conference. It's just in talks right now. Nothing's been confirmed. But one of the things I've recommended is that we have breakout sessions where we can teach other grassroots how to project take over whatever reparations bills are in their respective city states, okay? Because this is what happens when you don't have Friedman at the table taking this project over. Evanston happens, and Narcan and Cobra are running it. And so they really believe that, dictating to the people of Evanston how their reparations should be used is the way to go. Whereas we over here have a say in what that looks like, at least in shaping it. We don't know what the final 1,000-page proposal was going to remit, but we know that we show up every task force meeting to make sure we're heard loud and clear about our demands as freedmen. Pan-Africanists don't get to decide how we should be repaired. That is it, and that is all. So, okay, so someone else was asking about questions. When can we ask a question? Someone asked me. We can't ask questions. They only take public comments from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So if you want the link so you can be on the app and be recognized and raise your hand and give public comments, you're free to do that no matter where you are in the country, to weigh in on reparations and how you feel. I mean, my comments are not always on topic per the agenda. I usually speak from the things that are impacting me. Today, I spoke about the weaponization of immigration against us, probably because I just had a show last night and I was hotter than fish grease over the fact that immigrant Blacks are going to outnumber us, around 2060. I don't know about outnumber us. They will be about a third, but ultimately they will be outnumbering us if we don't get reparations. If we aren't made American after building all the wealth the white folks and immigrants eat from, it's very likely that the Black immigrants will outnumber us because, like I said, our numbers are declining due to the war on poverty and the war on drugs. So that's why we're doing a full court press and trying to get things accomplished. But to me, we can't just be reparations focused. We've got to be multifaceted, or we're not going to live long enough to even enjoy the fruits of our labor in the fight for reparations. So you want to make a public comment? I put the agenda in every presentation. Like tomorrow, we'll be back at 9 o'clock in the morning. So if you want to make public comments, my Gmail is in the chat. Moving on. Hi, Pure Vision, Ivy Dreams. Okay. Welcome back. This is Rich. Jim Crow. Ivy says, I think I may have flashed that. Jim Crow and forced peonage and Black massacres are a part of reparations. Absolutely, fam. I've always defined reparations as not just for slavery, but for Jim Crow and accrued ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage in the country our ancestors built with their lives. Prayerfully, all of that will be factored in. Now, I've told you on previous broadcasts that Thomas Kramer, he's an economist, I do believe. I might have his title wrong, but he did a rough calculation of our repair that we're due. And he based it from 1776, when the country was formed, to 1865 at 3 cents an hour. I want to say for about 15 hours a day, because I mean, we worked like chattel. They worked us like mules, okay? And they treated us even worse. Our ancestors, God bless them all. But he calculated that at 3 cents an hour for, I think about, if my memory serves me, I tell you, you guys just forgive me. I got a little fog when it comes to the numbers because I'm a little sleepy. But if my understanding, if my memory serves me, he calculated reparations at 3 cents an hour for 15 hours a day from 1776 to 1865, compounded at 6%. Well, his number is 6.2 quadrillion on the very low end. That's not including from 1619 up till 1776, which we'll probably have to go after Europe and Africa for that. I'm not really sure how that's going to work out. It doesn't include Jim Crow, Black codes. It doesn't include all of it, like slavery, Jim Crow, and accrue ongoing systemic racism, oppression, and disadvantage. So, folks always want to argue, that's ridiculous. There ain't nobody going to pay that, da-da-da-da-da. Well, I do like this idea of suing the banks and the insurance companies, akin to how Bernie Sanders, who was he working with on that? Was that Chuck Schumer? How they went after the French railways. They are continuing to get paid off of their Holocaust. The same Bernie Sanders that got amnesia when it came to what reparations was, where we're concerned. Yeah, that one. Anywho, he got amnesia, but they did go about suing the French railways who were transporting them during the Holocaust to and from. And so, yeah, they're still getting paid off of Holocaust. Well, that's the way we need to set up Freedmen, right? And I trust I'm with the right tribe. I like what Chad had to say about it, the contemporary reparations movement. That was brilliant, the way he took over our table. I loved it, and loved it some more. Yeah, so you're absolutely right, Ivy Dreams. It will be for all of it if I have anything to say about it. That's my square. Okay. Okay, so I mentioned about being dumped alive. That was surreal, and we are still here. Basically, the young lady, I can't recall her name, y'all. She was talking about suing the banks and the insurance companies. And I have to go back and listen because, of course, I was in court. Maybe somebody recalls. But I think basically what she said was, if the slave got sick or injured, or was too weak to sell, they would just dump them over into the ocean while alive. They would just push them over because that was the only way to collect on the insurance. Now, don't quote me on that. I do have to rewind it to get a handle on what she was saying. But it was unconscionable. I think if they made it back to the shores, that they would not have been able to collect that check. The only way to collect on insurance was to lose the livestock, if you will, because that's how they treated us. It was to throw it over into the water. And I was mortified. I know that some of them actually jumped to their own peril. I guess it didn't translate into these glacier donkeys literally throwing us overboard to collect insurance. And I was marveling at the fact that we descend from the strongest of them, right? That's who we are as freedmen. We descend from the ones who survived that hellish, horrific nightmare of a voyage to come over here and build this country free of charge. Cut the check. Anyway, and Ivy Dreams agreed that yes, we are blessed. Okay, so the lady that was speaking, if you guys want to look that up, I'm going to be looking it up, the Restitution Study Group. And I'm also going to be looking up the other anchor orgs. I'm curious. I was multitasking and couldn't hear everybody's background in terms of, what they do and what they represent. But as an anchor org, just so you know, they get paid. The anchor orgs get paid to actually take this message and make it go viral in the public spaces. Like, we need to get to critical mass, and a lot of Californians don't even know that this is what's going on. And that's the challenge. I remember reading in the chat about someone saying, I wonder, how this would be managed if it weren't virtual. Well, to your answer, I don't think that it would be in an era of the pandemic. I don't think people will show up like they do virtually. You see, I'm just one person streaming it. There are other people streaming this. They've got their viewers in the actual app. They've got people chatting over there. So I don't think that it would boast the numbers that we're able to virtually if it were live, because I do know that they're talking about going live in March, but they're going to be traveling from city to city. So I've been insisting that they keep it virtual even once they go live. But let's look at the time of day they have this. Most of us are working. Like, if they were here in LA, I would never be able to be up in there and be at work at the same time. The beauty of being able to be in court from home is that I can stream live, chat with you guys when I get a break from my work. And it's a great way to participate and to comment. But I wouldn't be able to go downtown LA while having to be in the courts. It's just not possible. So for me, it works best virtually. And if they're going to go live, they need to do both. Martin says, no one in Jamaica went through what our ancestors here in America had to endure. Well, what I do know is that our chattel slavery, what our ancestors endured, was the worst of its kind known to the free world. So while I'm not going to minimize what Jamaicans may have had to go through, I do acknowledge that what we went through was abject hell. It was, I mean, if you just study the history, and this is what's so problematic about these white devils, these glacier donkeys, being more concerned about the way their kids are going to feel when they know the truth about the horrific devils their foreparents were and continue to be. They're just smiling in your face when they give you the shiv, okay? It's not our problem that you're ashamed of your record where our people are concerned. So much so that you've whitewashed the history. You don't want to teach the truth of the history. And this is why it's easy to just disappear us into the new black that they're trying to flood the country. You see, because once you got 4.6 million Black immigrants in the country, which they do now, and you give them our reparations, and you give them our education and affirmative actions, and you make them whole financially, and you make them wealthier than us, and you put them into Congress, and they're able to get married because they can afford to. They're able to keep their babies over aborting them because they can afford to. When you make them the new black to replace freedmen black, you know, when you do that, of course, they're going to thrive. Of course, their numbers are going to blow off the Richter scale, because we had nothing. It went from 4 million to 40 million, pulling ourselves up by our bootless straps, being redlined, being lynched, sharecroppers, debtors' prison. I mean, just pick an atrocity that we've endured, and yet we were able to go from 4 million to 40 million. But the challenge with that is 78% of us are not college degreed. And when you're not college degreed, and even if you not are in this present day, what they've managed to do with our affirmative action is to give it away to white women, white men vis-a-vis LGBTQ, IA, and immigrants. So by the time those buckets are filled with our affirmative action, we don't even have crumbs on the table anymore. This is the way they're locking us out of access to being American, while giving everyone the ability to be American because they're pretty much buying the vote with our reparations. And then want to go up into the courts and reverse anything that makes us whole because of our lineage. Like I said earlier, you create our Holocaust, and now you're weaponizing it against us to make us permanent bottom caste and to ethno-genocide us to as few in numbers as the Indians. That's what's happening real time right now. Had we been proactive and been doing this work 40 years ago, as Dr. Claude Anderson recommended, had we weaponized the vote when Dr. Charles Morris told Teddy Roosevelt, after he dishonorably discharged 167 Buffalo soldiers who were wrongfully accused of murdering a second white man after being quarantined in their barracks for being wrongfully accused of murdering the first. Dr. Charles Morris, pastor of Abyssinia Church, said, "You shot us when our guns were empty, and for that we're going to return the same by delivering a blue top of the ticket and a red Congress to protect the Black South." Had we done what he prescribed back then, you know, akin to how they pivoted from the Republican Party to the Democrats once the Republicans wouldn't deliver on reparations, civil rights, they invoked that strategy then. And what I'm saying is, had we invoked that strategy when Dr. Charles Morris implemented and weaponized that vote, perhaps we could have been made American too. But no, what do we consistently do since leaving the red? We've allowed the red to appear to be more racist than the Dixiecrats that are the Democrats. And we keep falling for these politicians who look like us, whose pockets are heavily lined, hello, Kuhn Clyburn, to keep us oppressed. They get everybody's hopes up over a George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. They'll get everybody amped up over HR 40, which we told you is flawed, because they got midterms coming and Biden-Harris numbers are in the toilet. So this is what they do, overpromise and underdeliver, because they're still using us as the mules to stay in power. And so it's time to invoke my Friedman voter strategy, period. We must vote for closed border candidates, including Marcel Dixon to replace Kuhn Clyburn and Tamara Johnson-Shilley to replace Raphael Warnock in Georgia. Oh, Lord, that's my child. Hold on, y'all. All right, y'all, I'm back. I'm gonna try to finish up these comments because this is just rich. I'm still riding high. I lost my train of thought. It'll come back. My voter strategy. We've got to have the backbone and the courage of our ancestors who flipped from red to blue. Not in every instance. I get that in some instances, like one of my comrades pointed out, we're going to have to vote independent. I think every one of us should go independent. Every freedman should go independent to give the Democrats our middle finger. That would be epic. And then when you must vet your candidates, okay? You must vet them because you got open border candidates, you got open border politicians on both sides of the aisle. So you got to look at how they voted in the past. For example, Sinema and Manchin refused to sign on to the Voter Right Act. Well, that's because, to my understanding, it gives illegals the right to vote. So you've got some very conservative, right-leaning Democrats like Sinema and Manchin who will vote down an infrastructure bill if they see too much stuff in there for immigrants. So, this is not really about us, this Voter Right Act, but that is what is dangled in the faces of freedmen to pretend as if they give a damn about our voting rights. They are just as complicit as the Republicans in suppressing our vote. They stole 2 whole primaries. They actually admit it. Look it up. It's going to be on one of my episodes, maybe tomorrow with Mr. Marcel Dixon. Congressman Marcel Dixon. I might as well name it and claim it. He's going to be here tomorrow after our task force meeting at 5 o'clock. And so I got a couple of topics I want to talk about tomorrow after the task force. It's going to be a long day, but oh well. That I try to get him on as often as possible. Tamara Johnson-Shealy will be back with me as well. Congresswoman Tamara Johnson-Shealy will be back, I think, next Wednesday. She's going to try to come every other week, and he's trying to get over here weekly to visit with y'all. This is my contribution to helping their campaigns to go viral, having them on as guests. But yeah, I want to talk about how white folks weaponized that money that the Black farmers received to stop it dead in the tracks because of what Cherminsky was talking about. How you can't, they fix this, they rig this so tough that you can't claim race or racism when it comes to how anything for that matter, but it's in particular with the Black farmers. Let me see, what is that called? Black farmers fear foreclosure as debt relief remains frozen. Why does it remain frozen? Because these white folks have shut it down. They're suing for discrimination or reverse discrimination. You see, like I said, they create our Holocaust and then weaponize it against us to deny us any future relief on a race basis. So that's what they're doing, family. And so I may talk about that with Marcel. I'm definitely going to talk about Coon Clyburn's Lift Every Voice national anthem. They love to give us symbolism like they're doing something for us. Cory Booker and Jamal Bowman, we're going to get into that nonsense. They got some money they want to earmark for a museum. Don't we have that big museum in D.C.? We don't need any more museums where they can come through and whitewash the history and pretend Barack Obama was as great as Malcolm X. We don't need this kind of nonsense. I don't want to see it. But this is the symbolism we get in lieu of real tangibles. So don't fall for the grift, family. Okay, let's move on because I don't want to detain you. No, okay, I like this use of the term contemporary reparations. Yes, I love that. Shout out to Chad Boogie Brown yet again. He came with the contemporary reparations movement to distinguish us from the old guard that had only 50 signatures before we made reparations a national topic of debate. They had 50. We moved it to 197. And so I'm grateful to Chad for giving us our flowers on that, because waiting on Narcan and Cobra 2 was in vain. They're taking all the credit as if they literally took the number of signers on that dead bill, that HR 40, which we now want to decimate. They're sitting up here pretending that they went from 50 signatures to 197 without the grassroots. Constantly giving us their ass to kiss, never thanking us for the work we've done to get, 147 additional signatures. Now they're within 3 signatures, okay, of actually getting it done. So now we got to roll out a campaign for no to HR 40. That's coming to an email in a broadcast near you real soon once we get those things outlined, refined. We'll roll out the campaign and elicit your help. Danielle says, I wish every time someone says wealth gap, the words policy forced would be attached. Policy forced wealth gap. Woo-wee! That's a hashtag, Danielle. Policy forced wealth gap. That's fire. That's hot to death. Yes, and I constantly try to make that point when I'm making public comments. I'm constantly talking about how we were legislated to the bottom of the Titanic as the anchor of this country's capitalism with 3 Ks on both words. Because capitalism requires a bottom caste, and they decided long ago that we would be it, especially once we were emancipated and would not expatriate. You see, Lincoln wanted our asses up out of this country. Okay, thank you so much for your free, heinous chattel slave labor. We know we've traumatized you, but please leave the country now. We want to lavish in the fruits of your heinous chattel slave labor unimpeded. We don't want to have to look at you and be reminded of what we've done to you, to break you, black man, to break you, freed woman. We don't want that constant reminder. So yeah, that's when, Johnson took back the 40 acres and a mule and gave white immigrants and white slaveholders 97 years. I round up to 100 because it's still ongoing, of Homestead Act. They got everything we were owed, and we were turned loose from slavery to our own peril. Well, we flourished as best we could, but imagine if we had the 40 acres and a mule, how big we would be in this country. It'd be Freedman run. And they knew this. Ergo the abortion clinics and the whole 9 yard. And now the weaponization of immigration against us to slow us down and locking up our strongest men, making them jobless, making them homeless, so they can't procreate, so the women won't respect them, so they can't afford marriage. Yeah, policy forced wealth gap. I love it, sis. I may have to borrow that. Martin said, more praise for Chad Boogie. Yes, he spelled it out, Friedman. And Martin says, I love that portion of King's speech. I do too, fam. It's at the top of my intro. I love it. I love it. Shout out to ETM and in the Mass Media Group for that beautiful intro and outro. I still am in love with it every time I listen to it. Pure Vision says, wow, who is this speaker? That was Chad Brown from NASD and CJAC and NASD LA. The brother is fire. He's always so well poised. And, he often gives public comments, but today he was a presenter. Okay, that was Chad Brown. He was extraordinary. I love this, says Pure Vision. Yes, the speaker is Chad Brown. Got to give him his flowers because he sure enough gave us ours. Is there any freedmen on this panel? Yes. Chairwoman Moore is freedman. I do believe the 2 senators are freedmen. And Dr. Amos Brown is freedman for sure. I think Grills and Holder and Dr. Scott and Tamaki, I think they're all immigrants. There's another one I'm leaving out. I can't remember her name. She might be an immigrant too. Okay, let me jump down. I did those already. Miss Powell says she's at a loss of words. Yes, honey. What's up, Shannon Kim? I see you, fam. Holder and Grills will still get the side eye. Absolutely, as they should, family. That's how you present. Get your point across. The whole damn panel. I don't know what that means, Martin. No question at all. Oh, I think he shut it down, fam. I think he left no question unturned. I mean, seriously. I mean, how could you have a question? The way the brother laid that presentation out, it was just fire. It was epic. Pure Vision says, yes, that presentation was everything. Chad Brown for president. Yes, indeed. Danielle said, he did them like that guy who slapped that white guy at Applebee's civil rights hands. Y'all are clouded. Hell yes, NASD held it all the way down, Miss Powell. Correct. Let's see here. Miss Powell, very interesting. They ran off of the live. Pure Vision, I don't think they ran off the live. I think it was done, fam. I was shocked. We normally go hard and long, but I was grateful to get a little bit of time back. It's just be a long day. Let's see here. How can we get copies of the NASD bill introduced to Congress? Miss Powell, if you're still in here, do you have it on your website? If so, let me know. Satra, you can Gmail me. I can get you copies. But I think, if I can recall, the Repair Act is on the CAP website, Capital Accountability Project.org, I think. Lord, I have to look it up. Gmail me and I'll get that to you. I know that the NASD site is still under construction. Theo Sadell, thank you for joining the live. Oh, and for those of you in Facebook and Twitter whom I cannot see, welcome to the live, my loves. Theo Sadell says, that was an excellent presentation. Yes, it was. Satra says, someone said, watch out for Miss Holder. She might be a freedman. Well, she fights like a Pan-Africanist. And I do believe one of my comrades out of Chicago was doing a background search. And I think something came up that she had Caribbean. She was of Caribbean descent, but don't quote me. She fight like she a Pan-Africanist. Oh, Ms. Powell says, it will be released to the public soon. We encourage all of you to become members of NASD. We need all of you. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Gmail me at the reperspect@gmail if you want to be a part of NASD, where the incomparable Chad Brown is, the incomparable Ms. Powell is. Yes, yes, yes. Please Gmail me at the reperspect@gmail. We need all hands on deck. We have a lot of work to do. We need a lot of hands. We're coming around the mountain. I know lots of y'all been asking me forever, but It's a lot of work to roll things out correctly. Let's just put it right there, okay? It's a lot of work. We got to be very careful so we don't have no more implosions, okay? Everybody will be scrutinized, but we do want everybody. As long as you come to work and not to cause mayhem, yeah. Go to NASD.org to download. Oh, NASD.org. Okay, to download it. I didn't know the site was ready, Ms. Powell, but okay. Satra, I hope you got that. If you want to see the Repair Act and the HR 1865, which we're using to replace HR 40, Ms. Powell says go to NASD.org, and she wrote it in the chat. Pure Vision. I will call tomorrow and ask, who you? Is your lineage Freedman? You are crazy. Pure Vision. Immigrants are eating beautifully. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. You see, everybody likes to play both sides. I've told y'all many times on previous broadcasts that the color of white in this country is now green. We've become a caste system, and we are bottom caste, as Danielle beautifully put it. Policy forced wealth gap. Immigration is a part of that. They weaponize everything. They're weaponizing our entire Holocaust to extinct us and to make us the permanent bottom caste. But y'all know how we wired, right? We the strongest ones that descend from the ancestors who made that voyage, who survived that voyage, and we are the fruit. So their nefarious plans aren't bigger than the God within each and every one of us, okay? No, we here. We might take cat naps. We might edit till our eyes glaze over. You know, I might be on a broadcast every day as often as I can, managing through the courts. Just, hey, that's what we are made of, family. Those are the shoulders we stand on. So immigrants eating beautifully for now, but somebody got to take this anchor because we done did this for 500 years. Contemporary reparations movement is here. Hello, Chad Brown. Chad Boogie Down. Ivy says, I was born in California. California is post Black descendants of slavery freedmen. I don't know what that means. California is post. I don't know what that means. If you could unpack that, Ivy Dreams, I'll go back to it. Pure Vision. The day I found out, that he calls them Democrats. I call them Democrats. The day I found out that the Democrats secretly hated us, I felt used. Oh, we been used. All right. Yeah. I wish to this day I could take back my votes for Barack Obama. I call him Barack Nobama. He was the no to reparations that emboldens people like Obama and Kabami to give us their royal blue asses to kiss. He start that. When you say no to our reparations, you give every person following you permission to take a dump on Freedmen. And I'm so glad Chad Boogie Down Brown, Chad Boogie Brown, I'm so glad he exposed Barack Obama. Woo-wee! That was one of my favorite parts. I had so many favorite parts. I might have to speak with ETN Media Group to just edit his segment alone so I can play it over and over and over again. It was epic. It was rich to call out the demon rat number one, Barack Obama. These are the kind of African Americans they are promoting in Congress. Now the freedmen are stepping down from the CBC and endorsing immigrants, Black immigrants in their place. Y'all, we got a fight ahead of us like you would not believe. That's why I be crying, because I know how overwhelming it is. It seems to me like the minute we get one little victory, we can't even stay ensconced in that celebration, but for 5 minutes before we got to go and put out another fire. It's amazing. It's just crazy. Thank you, Pure Vision. I'll be looking at everyone's email and getting you whatever you asking me, whether it's information on how to get involved, or if you want the link to participate in public comments tomorrow, just Gmail me at therepresspect@gmail.com. It's a little easier than me walking you through how to get to it. It's easy once I send it. It's just a link, okay? So I can copy and paste that versus telling you how to get there. I've had so many people have a hard time doing that. So yeah, Gmail me and I'll get you whatever you request. Okay, he sent that. How many lineage first? How many non-Pan-Africanist panelists have presented today? I had to attend meetings, so I missed out. Well, there was only, it just seems like everybody was kind of Pan-Africanist leaning today. You guys, we don't pick these people. Everybody on the task force gets a turn to elect who give testimony, honey. But I was fit to be tied with them first two women. Oh my God, they grated on all of our nerves at the top of the day. Y'all are busy in this chat. I guess I'll have to finish watching the other video. Yeah, please watch it. Chad Boogie, I know, is Friedman. I think there may have been one, maybe two other speakers today. It wasn't that many speakers like it normally is. So I don't. Chermaninsky, of course, he's not Friedman. He's white. I don't even know. He might be German. Chermaninsky. That don't sound like one of our slave holders' names. Yeah, he might be from another country. Might be German or something. I don't know. Okay. BB said, all Freedmen descendants should not be having any delays or denials of any social service programs, whether it be emergency or everyday service, fast track Freedmen, reparative social justice. I don't know what that last word is, but this is what I'm fighting for, fam. This is what I'm fighting for. I don't have my eye just on reparation. It made no sense for us to be down to 5 people because we can't afford to hold on here in California. Because I don't know if they're going to build in repair for the people they legislated up out the state. I'm fighting for it. I'm fighting for it. I'm giving voice to it every time I make a public comment that they need to do something about the people they've driven out. But yes, freedmen have immediate needs that are being given to immigrants, while we're being criminalized for being homeless, being put in jail for being homeless. Why? Because they need those homeless bodies to work for free. Yes, and I had mentioned how COVID funds throughout the country that were earmarked for Blacks have been repurposed. Okay. The disrespect of the initially specified lineage is amazing. The task force members are doing a horrible job keeping the focus on descendants of American chattel slavery. Now, I think you're speaking of the anchor orgs. Now, the anchor orgs, we don't pick those either. So if it felt Pan-Africanist in the way it was composed, in the way they were selected, know that Dr. Grills, who is a paid commissioner on the board of NARC, to my understanding, she's the one that selected the anchor orgs who are paid to push the message out to the state of California, Freeman in particular, that were even, folks don't, the large majority of Californians don't even know what's going on right now. So these anchor orgs are paid, you know, to get this out and to get it going. Okay. So, yeah. if you see a hodgepodge of people, that come from organizations that don't necessarily rep freedmen, that's what that's about, okay? Yes. Okay, BB. They should be able to just allow deviation from the original intent of the bill. Like I said, they have to, when you're an anchor org, you can't use the money to support whatever it is you repping. But those organizations were on there. Now, I was multitasking, but the little bit I heard was people introducing themselves as the anchor org, because now you're going to be able to find their events. Each of us are tasked with this money to create listening sessions and paid listening sessions, because oftentimes what you see CJEC doing here in the state, CJEC is a coalition of different grassroots down here in California. And so they have done a lot of free. They've done a lot of free listening sessions, okay? But now they'll be paid to host listening sessions. And so you don't get to use it to promote you, although you'll be promoted through the doing. You're paid as an anchor org to grow critical mass in awareness. You've got to make the public aware that this is going on, so that we can have more people calling in, we can have more people weighing in, we can have people participating. So it will be the original. That they should be able to just allow they should be able to just allow deviation from the original intent of the bill. No, they're not allowing deviation from the original intent. Once again, I think you're talking about the anchor orgs, okay? Any undertones of all inclusive or remote suggestion of BIPOC should be immediately rejected. Like I said, I was at work back and forth. I think you're referring to the anchor orgs. I have to go back and listen to the last half of the meeting. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see you, Lineage First. You upset about that. They are anchor orgs. I think Grills chose them. She's okay. Moving on. That ancestor was Malcolm X. Say his name. Oh, I can't stand these darn trolls. I think you talk about the ancestor coming through Chad Boogie Brown. Okay. We need to get our reparations. That should be the only focus. Yeah. We working hard on it. BB, what's that? Oh my goodness. BB, did somebody troll you? I don't know what MMOBTYS2 means. I'm not blocking you because unless you tell me that wasn't you. Too many orgs. Darling, Martin, we've got to get the word out. Not enough freedmen here in California even know this is going on. We're about 2 million, okay? This is lost in translation. We have a lot of people to reach. So those orgs, like I said, were selected to grow the critical mass and awareness. Strengths, weaknesses. What about their overall agendas as it relates to the specific group this bill was written for? That's not the organization's jobs, Lineage First. Okay, y'all still mad about them orgs, but like I said, they're just there to get the word out. Ivy Dreams says, several of my ancestors are registered in the Freedmen Bureau. Please get all your family census, genealogy, and properly document to prove your people were here. Well, that's great to have, and I don't reject the fact that that needs to be done, but Please trust and believe they know exactly who each and every one of us are by our social security numbers, our last names, and the fact that we were insured. They know every last one of them. Don't believe the hype that they don't know specifically who to award. They absolutely do. So, yes, it's great to have those things, but do know that it will not be hard to prove you descend from U.S. chattel slavery. So they were upset with the entertainment. I happen to like the song. I thought it was sweet, and I liked the video, and I like, I like that. Hey, they wanted to do something. I do believe, like like Chair Moore said, that the arts helps us to make the message go viral. So don't disparage the music or people from other walks of life. Family, you've got to allow other people from other walks of life to help us get this. We don't get this as freedmen. We get this when we can build across the aisle with the Asians, with the Hispanics, with the white folks. Y'all got to stop this hateration. Not everybody is full of hate for freedmen. We got some exceptions out here. So let them make their music and make their videos. This only helps us. It's about us and our plight. We can't just be mad at everybody trying to pour into this reparations, whether it's from guilt, I don't know, or just what's right, justice. Listen, folks want to reconcile before they go on to glory. He looks like one of them older cats that want to reconcile, make peace, and do the right thing. So let the man do the right thing. Don't blaze him too tough, you all. Y'all just woo. I liked it. I thought the song, I liked it. It was catchy, a little catchy tune. I liked that he did his part and the sister on her part. And I very much love the visuals. Find the good, family. Please try. I mean, hell, we can't fight all the time. Cut the check, says Martin. Okay, babe. It's true. That's true too. Wow, where is the bread? They want their checks. They don't want no singing, no dancing. They want their checks straight. No singing and dancing. See you, pigeon. Okay. Ivy Dreams, exactly what they're saying is true. Listen to the words, y'all. You don't have to be Grammy nominated, but I like that people are using their gifts and talents to help us in these efforts from all walks of life. Because I'm telling you, if it was on us, we'd never get it. We need critical mass everywhere, truly, but it starts with freedmen. My biggest job is convincing freedmen that this is a debt we are owed. They've given up. It's been 500 years, child. They've given up, but somebody got to hold on to the mustard seed of faith. That would be us in the grassroots. Ivy says, I hate the term people of color. Of course you do, sis, with good reason. People of color, minority, underserved communities, Black, African American. These are all ways they flatten Blackness and weaponize our Holocaust to give the bag and the protections to white folks and immigrants. But the old boomer in this video, he's hokey but not jokey. Y'all crack me up. I hate the term people of color. Yes, you should hate it. You should despise it, and you should not use it. I'm for using any of now. I use freedmen now because thanks to Miss Powell, the brothers from Be the Power. Listen, they got me together on that, And Chad Boogie Down Brown, he was getting folks together on why we refer to ourselves as freedmen politically. We descend from U.S. chattel slavery as we are defined. But politically, we are freedmen. I can't go to the government and collect on ADOS, ADOX, BADOX, FBA, or B1. They'll laugh me up out that joint. You got to know that identifying as a freedman is your golden ticket to your justice claim. Okay? But it's okay if you want to ingest, refer to yourself as any of those other acronyms. I love all y'all. Okay? I don't mind. But I use Freedman for that reason, because it takes the veil off of the puckery at every branch of government where Freedman is concerned. Like Danielle put it, policy forced wealth gap. That's exactly what we're experiencing. We've been legislated to the bottom. It's not your fault. Yeah, in terms of, I was telling Ivy Dreams that he was a boomer and a white one at that. We've got a lot of educating to do around how we demand to be identified as. Freedmen defined as Black American descendants of U.S. chattel slavery. But we got to educate people. He don't know nothing about that. Because guess why, family? That's what they called us on our birth certificates. When mine says Negro, of which Barack Obama and some Asian woman came through and got rid of Negro everywhere. That's tied to our justice claim. They decided that Black folks didn't want to be called that. I never got the memo. I never got a survey. So, I never got to weigh in. But Negro's on my birth certificate. And so is colored. Colored is on many of our birth certificates, our parents anyway, and grandparents. So that when he says people of color, that's what he knows as a descendant of slave owners. Or maybe he migrated here. I don't know. But that's on us to educate. Once again, Chair Moore is right. The arts help to make the message go viral. We need critical mass to get this done. Daniel said, everyone come to the Chad Brown level of knowledge and expression at different times and in different ways. If it's a sincere effort for going toward true reparations, I'm with it. Amen to Danielle. Lots of beautiful voices in this movement. And I'm so proud to be amongst each and every one of you. Y'all my tribe. Okay, Ivy Dream says, if y'all haven't watched it, check out the documentary, I'm Not Your Negro. It's free on Prime. Oh, I love that one. Also, check out, I do believe it too is on Prime, The Cotton Picking Truth. Oh, Lord, today. And be enraged that slavery is still going on in the deep recesses of the South. Be mortified. The Cotton Picking Truth. Messaging in the arts can also mislead people. Does the message align with the original mission of the bill, reparations for descendants of American chattel slavery? Well, I wasn't able to listen to it that closely. I don't know that it was a Pan-Africanist song, Lineage First. I didn't listen that closely. I don't know. I just know that I kind of, when I was working, I liked the little ditty. I thought it was cute. I thought it was nice. But you're right. They still have to be on point. Okay, let me put my banner while please like, share, subscribe, turn on your notifications if you feel so compelled. Bless the broadcast. Oh, I had it, then I lost it. Okay, let's go back to the comments. Satra Del Rey 360 put that up there for me. Thank you so much. Angela, we can't quite all the time. Thanks for the love and support. Yes, this is one of another leader in the movement. Powerhouse force to be reckoned with, Miss Powell. I dealt with, I wonder how this task force would have played out if it were not virtual. I don't believe it would be as participated, especially given that it's during the week, during work hours. The Democrats are politically savvy and dirty. You got that right, Pure Vision. They downright dirty with it. I'm telling you. They dirtier than the South with it, okay? Because you have to understand there's still the Dixiecrats. And you know, in this kind of pseudo-liberal packaging, which, you know, is just bull. It's all good. We are doing this work, and I'm so very proud of you. Oh, thank you, Miss Powell. We all play our position, and we all do it so exceptionally well. I must admit that. This is my lane, edutainment. I got to laugh to keep from crying, even though y'all see me crying over here sometimes. I just cry. It's a good stress release for me. Love the 2% coming for their check. 100. Meanwhile, they've been living white for 100 to 150 years. Okay, BB's talking about these white folks that are now claiming to be black. The one drop rule. It's hilarious to see. I have never seen so many white black folks in all my days since fighting for reparations. I mean, I told y'all, if we don't put up a secure enough gate, you know how they got $5 white Indians? We're going to have $5 white freedmen, $5 Asian freedmen, $5 Hispanic freedmen, $5 Indian freedmen. Child, the ghetto. It is hilarious. If we don't put the gate up, we got to put the gate up, because they will find every crevice to squirm their way, crowbar their way into our repair. We can't let it happen. BB says that song was a whole trip. Laughed my ass off. It was informative. Angela, thank you for all the work you are doing. I'm so very proud of you. Thank you for the unwavering love and support. Oh, I love y'all so much, Black and Strong. Y'all are the wind beneath my wings. When I felt like quitting, y'all wouldn't let me, and I'm grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you for your love, your support, your shares, your likes. I'm going to get to critical mass, and I'm going to have a production team one of these days. I thank y'all for even being over here with me. All day, y'all been rolling with your sister, and I'm so grateful. Y'all been working too. Shout out to those who have been over here putting in the work while at work. I appreciate y'all. So the descendants who have a 4%, which represent at least one ancestor, what they getting? Because Megan McCain is a descendant. Okay, Felly, we got some other qualifiers, though. You have to have identified as Freedman Black, I think, for the last 20 years or something. You got to be able to have identified as U.S. Black on the census, okay? If you've been living a whole white life, I don't care if you are as white as the driven snow in color. This ain't about skin color. It's about how you've identified, which has been directly linked to your privilege off of our reparations. In other words, you already got it. If you've been weaponizing your whiteness, whether you were made white or born white, you got your reparations. Go somewhere and take a seat. So if these white-looking folks from the one-drop rule start running around here talking about I'm Black, run me those census data. Run me the census, okay? I don't know how many years. Don't quote me. Darity came up with that as a criteria. Chad's presentation shut down a lot of that. Oh, antsy chitter chatter. I think that's what it says. Lord, I got to get my Walmart readers. Lord have mercy. That's small. Oh, Lord, that's small. Thank God I got some right here, family. I think you said artsy, but let me check. Antsy chitter chatter. Oh, yes, Danielle. He shut it down. All the grifters had to go home. There should be no question tomorrow when they roll out the final answer on who is entitled to reparations. That will be decided tomorrow. It's somewhere in the agenda. Look it up on I've already posted for tomorrow's show, morning and afternoon and evening with Marcel Dixon. Come and join me at 1, 2, or all 3. Okay. They still talk about it. Was lame, but in a cute way. You break, you buy it, you owe it. I think that was a chorus. I liked it. I can be corny sometime, though. I can be not horny, although, never mind, wrong broadcast. I can be corny sometime. Yes, I can, and I like some white cornball stuff. Sometimes it gets me the warm and fuzzies, and sometimes it makes me laugh. Okay, so she's going, okay, Ivy Dreams, email me at thereprospect@gmail if you want to get involved with the epic work as outlined by Chad Brown in his presentation. That's how we doing the work. Now, if you don't want to work, this ain't the place for you. If you want to grip and you need somebody that you got to kiss their rings and stuff, this ain't going to be the organization for you. We don't kiss rings or toes or nothing. We don't bow down to no one. We go to work. So don't come if you don't want to go to work, because it's a lot of work to be done. Okay. For the chat, please consider joining NASD. We need all our fierce warriors. Yes, we do. NASD.org. Johnny Depp and all those descendants are on the line. It don't matter if they identified as white all their lives. That's all the reparations they gonna get. Game over. Danielle says, I want to be around that level of smart folks. Smart for a real reason. Tired of intellectual chit-chatting and meeting for no reason. Danielle, then you welcome home. Gmail me. I'll get you what you need to become a member. At Miss Powell, the link, please. Okay, so I'll Gmail it to you if she didn't put it in here. Angela, you were brought to tears earlier. Then there was Chad Brown. Now you were giddy. I love it. Danielle. I am like a child. When I don't get enough sleep, I can be all over the place. Okay. And that little 3 minutes wore me out trying to figure out exactly what I want to say. But I am an empath, y'all. It's true. Yes. Chad Brown made me happy. I love the way he put that presentation together. I'm sure he had help with some of the NASD. Shout out to NASD, whomever put the presentation together. Yes, he made me proud, and I was just glad to be amongst my tribe and acknowledged in the way they did. That was beautiful. That just made me happy. Okay. And Ms. Powell, how can I join? I'm on the site. It's awesome. Well, I thought it was still under construction, but okay. Yes, Angela, at Ms. Powell, gotta find that click here button. I'm in. Who? Matching back to tribes without pedigree charts family trees is a joke. More trolls. Good Lord. Oh, God. Okay, I'm just scrolling through trying to get all the prominent. When Adolf's ancestors arrived in the Americas, they did not identify as Africans. Continental Africans never united as a single continental identity or race. You're absolutely right, darling. Okay. True lineage first. True, and more true. $5 Freedman. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, when the Africans came, they identified by their tribe, okay? So they didn't identify as Africans. That's very true. Even today, the designation of African is something they accept from systemic white supremacy. Oh, honey. They really allowed themselves to be colonized after selling us into slavery. Yeah, I know everybody wants to paint the picture that we were kidnapped. You know, more whitewashing of the history, you see. Everybody wants a pass, but we coming for that check all over the world. At Daniel Whitten, who are $5 freedmen? Black immigrants? I think she was referencing when I was talking about these white folks, and now I want to use the one drop rule to identify as black now that we've made reparations a national a national topic of debate. Baby, he ain't no Michael McDonald. Well, ain't that the hot truth? Okay. He was not. I like Michael McDonald too. There's a few white boys. I love Michael Franks. Y'all got to look that cat up. I love Michael Franks. Okay, Danielle. Yes, reach out to the reprospect at Gmail and we'll get you signed up. I told y'all that site over there, that website is still under construction, y'all. If you Gmail me, I promise I'll get you involved. I promise. And Miss Powell, she's going to make me keep my word because she's running stuff over there. Oops, let me not. Okay, I'm getting too excited. I'm telling too much. Okay. Yeah, if y'all Gmail me, Miss Powell is going to make sure you guys get what you need to get signed up to help us work. Okay. Most of these groups out here are grifting. They're not doing the work. We're doing the work as Chad just shared. All those, she said at Satra Delway 360, all those white folks who are somehow magically finding their Black ancestors, that's the response to the $5 Friedman remark. Again, I'm delayed. 10 minutes. Took Cali call. It's okay, darling. I know you're working. Danielle, I'm done over here hollering. That was funny. No, okay, so nobody can be Michael McDonald. He's awesome. If he were, we all still be singing that little chorus line. You break it, you buy it, you owe it. All right, y'all. Are y'all in here talking about anything else? The Doobie Brothers, love them. Love the Doobie Brothers. Yes. Who else? Oh, what's that? Oh my gosh. Hall and Oates. Oh, do y'all remember them white cats? Hall and Oates. And the Bee Gees. Oh my God. Yeah, he's no Bee Gees. He's no Hall and Oates. He's no Michael McDonald. He ain't no Doobie Brothers. Some of these white cats really got soul. Okay. They're not all bad. Reparation is you on point, dear. I love you for that, BB Rodriguez. Black at you, my love. Bernie is sneaky. Oh, Bernie playing politics. Yeah, I was on that campaign for the first half until I saw his ace get over there after Hillary lost and blame Russia. When he knows they stole that whole primary from his. Anyway, let me be done with Bernie. I was done. I didn't work the second time he went. I saw through the puckery and I stayed clear. Then they're going to ask for that specific slave to be identified. Lineage first. He talk about the $5 white freedman. They're going to have to ask for that specific slave to be identified. Y'all are crazy up in here. They had to dump them before they hit the shore, or there was some sort of insurance language. You have it correct, Angela. Okay. Yeah. I didn't get to hear everything because I was on a court call. But yes, what they were doing, family, for those of you who have just joined, they would dump the Africans over in order to collect their insurance check, according to the language. Danielle was confirming that. Robert Reed, what'd you say? I tried to bring my Nirvana flames during the open comment. Oh my God. The comments were fire today. I don't know if I heard your comment. I'm going to have to rewind it. Yes, baby. Bring that Nirvana smoke. I love it. I was so tired, I couldn't even bring the smoke the way I normally do. But you know what? Folks would rather me talk it than scream it. Oh, well. I like being turned up. Kia, what do you talk about? You'll check into the organizations too. You're already in the organizations. And you rolling with me. I'll put you on to NASD, girl. We still going under construction. Robert said, Chad did his thing, though. I just about went crazy in that chat section. I know it was lit. Yes, Kia, the internet is the game changer. That's how we made reparations a national topic of debate. I was speaking hypothetically as if there was no pandemic as it relates to the consistent command of task force members' attention. Okay, I don't know what that means. I just wonder. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're speaking about the task force and whether or not if we were live, how would that impact? I just wonder if they would be allowed the multitask in a traditional setting. No, they couldn't very well multitask. When they go public, they won't be able to do that, fam. Because I saw Dr. Brown. Where was he driving? He stayed in his car practically all day. Every time he commented, he was commenting from the car. I hope he has a driver. Kia says they broke us in the Caribbean first. Wow. The horror. The idea that they're even discussing not continuing to do the streaming screams red flags on so many fronts. Yeah, well, I don't think that they're necessarily doing that. I think the challenge was lots of people want live. I say do both because you got the technology to do it. So I find it hard to believe that this would no longer be hybrid, that the live presentations would not be hybrid. Ivy says, we in a white country. Yeah, pretty much. If you're not born white, you can be made white. And also the color of white in this country is green. I mean, this is a legal hearing. Imagine if the judge of a court case was allowed to multitask to do other things unrelated to case while it was in session. I know, darling. Like getting in the car to go somewhere while court was virtually in session. Lineage First, you can Gmail me and make your public comments in the morning, okay? 9 to 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm not going to say it, but you can say it. The judge and even the attorney. Speak, sis. Thank you, Kia, for being over here. She's working too. That's one of my partners. We cooking up some things over here. That's one of my buddies, my Kia. We had to get before. What? We had to get before sunrise at 3 a.m., mofos. Huh? I don't know what that means, love. Yes, Dr. Brown is a character, but he is the elder. He's been through it all. Yes. And he was really dropping knowledge today. I liked him when he was talking about how, I'm paraphrasing, but he addressed the fact that they create our Holocaust and weaponize it against us to make sure we're a permanent bottom caste through the policies, through the legislation. Yep, those old cronies need to get out of there right away. Yes, Black people who look like us. Closed borders. Yes, I say red and still push our agenda. Well, you got to give these very, very scary freedmen, you got to kind of give them little small doses. You say red, you scare the blue loyalists half to death. And trust and believe, there are some closed border candidates on the blue side. So you have to vet your candidates very closely and see how they vote on certain immigrant issues. You have to do a little work, okay? I kind of want to do a scorecard for the entire country to roll it out, a voter strategy to say, okay, vote for this, this, and this, in terms of the politicians that are running for the House and the Senate. But I don't have enough hours in the day. It's just a lot. So you're going to have to do your own research and find your closed border candidates. It doesn't, party be damned, okay? Find your closed border candidates and support them. Pure Vision says, yes, I am an independent, but I'm starting to lean right, closed borders. Well, you don't have to identify as right to close the board, to vote for closed border candidates. Now, I know out here in the general, you have to identify as a Democrat in order to vote in their primaries. But I can wait till the general. I don't need to show up during the primary necessarily. And furthermore, I'm independent. So I'm not going to be voting Democrats anymore unless they're closed border. And that's rare. on the side of the blue. It's more common on the red side. So I will be voting only closed border candidates for probably the next, I don't know how many election cycles it's going to take before the Democrats unask our reparations, but I'm done with the Democrats. Truly, I am. Like I said, like Donald Trump or hate him, he protected us when he closed the borders. And right now you see Biden using our troops to protect the border of Ukraine and leaving our borders open. I think someone was sharing in the chat that 11 million was an understatement of the illegals that have been allowed in this country since the Biden administration. They've been in office for a year. And I've already shared with you that that's our most imminent threat. So the Democrats will not be getting votes from me. I will be voting for closed border, and that's predominantly the red. And I'm not mad at Donald Trump, and I think it's stupid to actually seek to unseat racist, over racist in office for 4 years with no record against Friedman, and replace him with covert racists like O'Biden and Kabami, who have done atrocious things to criminalize blackness in this country. So many policies and legislation and all manner of things. You look at their track record, it's several New York City blocks long. So that never made sense to me. But I'm not playing around with it no more. I believe that not showing up is very irresponsible. I believe that voting a third party that they'll never listen. You're dealing with oligarchs, two-party oligarchs that will never allow the third parties to see 5%. So I believe it's very much leaving the outcome of the elections. You're leaving the outcome of the elections to whites and immigrants and suppressing your own vote when you throw it away on a third party and not participate in showing the Democrats that you return the middle finger and you have just given them your royal Friedman behind to kiss. Okay. I believe in letting them know that I pushed the button and I undid you for all of the puckery you've done since FDR to make us bottom caste in this country. And you're continuing to do it. You're continuing to spend our reparations and protections to line your own pockets and to replace us with immigrants. They haven't slowed up. So no, I will be very intentional with my vote. Hi, Caitlin. Yes, it's important to vet all candidates. The popular, independent, and green candidates are for open borders. Absolutely, fam. Look at that. You see, before I prayed about it, and God told me these Democrats are mostly for open borders, Biden signing the executive orders, but guess who holds the bag? Congress. No. Thank you, Caitlin, for that reminder. See, why would you continue to vote for your own people's peril? Because a vote for blue is a vote for open borders, is a vote for your people's extinction. Why would you continue to do that? When you know better, you do better. We're all evolving. I respect Mr. Marcel. I love me some Marcel. He'll be here tomorrow, family. Ooh, Marcel, he's everywhere. And I love it because he's going to be our next congressman. Yes, Caitlin, vote for closed border candidates. Woohoo! I'm getting some support over here. I can't even get this kind of support from some of the grassroots I work with. Okay, Pure Vision. Can we have a call-in show one of these days? Now listen, Pure Vision. I would love for y'all to call in, but do you know I would probably only get to take 5 calls, or we will be on here all night. I'm gonna give it some thought, because look at how many comments I've been able to read. It's easier if y'all chat and then I comment. But if I let y'all get on the phone, y'all know we're going to be on the phone like family. And we'll be on here like y'all do in Clubhouse. 12 hours. No, we'll see, darling. I'll see about it. But right now, I get to, share many more comments than I would be able to take on phone calls. They've been trying to take out last remaining farms. Oh, yes. We're going to get into it tomorrow. That's a good idea. Kia, don't you be co-signing on me taking calls. Don't you do it? Our work now is to go down the list of candidates state by state. Yes, Kia, look, are you signing us up for more work? That's what it sounds like to me. But you got to vet your candidates very closely and see how they vote. You have to see how they vote in the past, not what they pay lip service to. Yes, I love that hashtag. It's fire from Danielle. Policy forced wealth gap. Yes, indeed. That's a firebrand hashtag, Miss Danielle. Team, we need to get busy, y'all. We must work as a team now. Yes, we must. You don't have a choice. United we stand, divided we fall. Here come the trolls. Pure Vision. Good idea. We should have most meetings via Twitter or Clubhouse. Other folks are using them to discuss silly stuff, so it's a great way to get public engagement and education. Y'all go head on, honey. I done talked to my people. They've been up in them chats for like 12 hours carrying on. I just don't have time. This is about the best I can do is keep bringing y'all the current events through a Friedman lens to grow critical mass. This is my contribution to those efforts. General public folks don't think they want to learn this stuff, so we need to force it. Add some sugar to the medicine, a spoonful of sugar. Yeah, we're still growing. We're fairly new. We've only been around. Well, I've only been at it since 2019. People are saying, watch out for Holder. She does not like the specificity. Oh, no, ma'am. Neither does Grills. Yeah, but there's nothing they can do. They're outnumbered. And between Dr. Weber and Chad and a few others that have put up the gate, Treminsky, they got nothing coming. We'll see tomorrow. The great reveal. We'll find out tomorrow. Yes, Danielle, time to educate while we wait. Support Black farmers. Lord, they need that debt that they secured from agriculture. But the white folks are standing in the way. They're using that. They're playing the race card. They're playing the race card. It's reverse discrimination to make freedmen farmers whole after legislating them to the bottom. This is what they do. Okay. Yep, we already have the Smithsonian and newly built African American Museum. No more reparative justice in the form of enforceable laws and reparations. Yes. We're going to get into that tomorrow. Where's that article? As Black History Month begins, Booker introduces, let me go to it real quick, African American History Act in the Senate. You see how they like to play us, y'all? You see how they like to play us? Yep, they wanted all the newly freed slaves to relocate to Central America. Oh, Liberia, says Ivy. Okay, I thought it was somewhere in the Caribbean. I don't recall. Africa, maybe? Yeah, you said Liberia. Yeah. Basically, what they're talking about right here is after Lincoln, after we fought and won our emancipation, Lincoln wanted us out of the country. And so Ivy says they wanted us to go to Liberia. And then BB says they wanted all the newly freed slaves to relocate to Central America, 1863. That was partial plan. Frederick Douglass shut it down. Wow. Yeah. Chad's presentation definitely needs to be clipped and added to everyone's social and vids, etc. I agree, Danielle. At Pure Vision, you know how to hold Twitter or Clubhouse stuff. It could be a little bit of an outtake. Oh, y'all, I forgot. Y'all need to come on over here with me to to the after party. We've got Chairwoman Moore, and I'm sure Chad is over there. A lot of people from NASD are over in the Twitter space. Let me see what it's called. I'll type it so y'all can come on over there, and then y'all can come up on stage and talk, and till y'all get tired. Because I was supposed to be over there at 5:30. Lord, it's almost 6. Hold on, y'all. Let me tell y'all where to come and find us on Twitter. I think it's NASD. Okay, it's called hashtag.
Of course, related, I think, mostly to residency that probably won't get decided tomorrow or may not get decided tomorrow. But for sure, I think we will hear something tomorrow in terms of a decision about who and what group of people must be the community of eligibility. So tomorrow's a very important day. There's going to be a very important vote tomorrow. And I would encourage you, as part of your public comment, to continue to make your case for linear specificity. And not just in the really good ways that you're already doing it, that we're already doing it, right? It's a moral question. It's a question of who's owed, and it's pretty clear that way. But think about the legal arguments that we are now also armed with. Dr. Professor Chemerinsky made the point very well today. If you do not use lineage, this will be challenged. Any reparations legislation will be challenged under Section 31 of the California Constitution. Sometimes we call it Prop 209, which says that you can't do anything specifically for Black folks in California, basically. So if you have an all Black folks reparations, I'm going to make the argument here, and I'll be making this argument tomorrow too, that not only will the reparations be challengeable, I don't think we'll even get to the legislation, because those of us who work in the political work know that we have to convince legal counsels and legislators to even introduce legislation. They're going to be much less likely to even want to introduce anything that they think is challengeable under the California Constitution. I'll make this separate but related point lastly here. If we design reparations proposals that are, let's say, race-based, but we try to get around the California Constitution by saying, well, Prop 209, Section 31 only applies to things that are public employment, public contracting, public education, that is not good enough either, because we also then run into the problem of the 14th Amendment.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but let's see if I accidentally muted everybody with my palm.
Ooh, hopefully he'll come back in a second. I see we have a couple of hands. I see Harriet we brought up, and we brought up.
Okay, y'all can come on over
this cuts off names,
to Twitter.
You got the triangle, the Freedmen Party,
Twitter space, and y'all can come up on the stage and make your comments over there. How about that? It's called hashtag AB3121, hearing debrief, answering the question. Let me turn it down. Yes, close the borders, my love. Y'all can come on over to Twitter spaces. Y'all like to go for hours. We're over here with NASD, NAASD, under hashtag AB3121, hearing debrief, answering the question of eligibility. I'm going to close this out proper. Okay, let me turn this down. The light of God surrounds us. The love of God enfolds us. The power of God protects us, and the presence of God watches over us. Wherever Freedmen and its allies are, God truly is, because family, You are the face of God. Yes, you are. You are the voice of God. You are the body temple of the Spirit of the living God. Until tomorrow morning, family, day 2 of the reparations, the California Reparations Task Force. I'll be there at the top of the hour. Well, somewhere within the hour, depending on my work, family. Y'all know how it goes. I'll be over there as soon as I can between 9 and 10 to give my public comments. Remember, if you'd like to give public comments, please Gmail me at thereprespect@gmail.com. If you'd like to be a member of NASD, please Gmail me. Thereprespect@gmail.com. I'll place it in the chat. Know that I love you, Black. I love you so strong. I thank you guys so much for being my co-host all day rolling with your sister. It means the world to me. If you'd like to make some comments, come on over to the stage at Twitter. I put the hashtag in the public comments. Peace, love, and reparations. I'm out, family. Good night.